jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chats on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coin to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions come and views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Best damn show is always here. The best damn show is always near. In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile. Running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes, mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning last, guess it's gonna stay our little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning last, guess it's gonna stay our little secret every day. Good morning, everyone. Well, you all sound more with it than me, 'cause stupid brush Maggie had a lazy morning and then decided to get up at 11:30 and start pulling things out, pushing things in, effing and blinding, sweating, throwing my hair, pushing my hair off my face, my glasses falling off on the floor. Oh, I was up the wall. Thought I had loads of times. Next thing I looked and I went, oh my God, it's 1:30. I haven't even had a shower or nothing. So I'm sitting here unshowered. I've thrown my hair up dead quick because it was doing my head in, getting in my eyes, right? It's not brushed. And I'm still in the clothes I slept in. I can't get over it. So I got down them stairs, right, and I've made myself a flask of coffee because I thought, save me getting up. I can do it. All I need to get up for now is to go to the toilet. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, welcome to everyone that's turned up today, and I'm absolutely made up. It's a great turnout. So you know what? Let me do roll call. So it looks like it's going to be an exciting day today. Let's hope. Let's hope they pull their weight after the crap that they done to us yesterday and everyone else watching. Do you know what I mean? How long were they there for? Oh, they have more breaks than a Kit Kat, guys. Have you seen the Kit Kat advert? Know what a Kit Kat is? Chocolate. Well, that's a Kit Kat out there where they break it about 10 times to show you this, let you hear the sound and to show you it, to make you want to buy it. My mouth's watering now, just thinking about it. So I'm going to get one tomorrow on my cheat day. So, anyway, let me do roll call for the 50th time. I keep saying this, don't I? Misty's in the house. Hello, Misty. Welcome. Thank you for coming in, Gail. It's good to see you. Miss Dodson's in the house. We've got Lisa Dodson. We've got Sharon Davidson. Good to see you, Gales. We've got, that's me. Got according to Leanie, me, yeah. I think we've got according to Leanie as well. Yeah, she's here. She's in the house. I swear to God. She's probably gone to make a cuppa or she's having a quick ciggy. Because as I know, it never starts on time. And that's what I thought at the end. Oh, I'm not rushing because it never starts on time. But then I thought, oh, it's all the people waiting there, Mag. It's all the people waiting. Never mind the court. You can't be letting them girls just wait and think, hold on a minute. It's gone 9 o'clock. Where is she? And 2 o'clock for the people in the UK. So I made sure I was here for you on time. Catch your breath, Mag. Catch your breath. Gemma. Hello, Gemma. Are you not in work, Gem? Gemma's skiving again. Skiving. She's going to get the boost. We're going to have to do a GoFundMe page. Hello, MJD. Good to see you, Gail. You're awake this morning to join us. Good to have you. We've got Mama Grace. Hello, Mama Grace. Thank you for coming in. It's good to see you too. We've got Miss Tweedy, Charlotte Tweedy. Hello, Charlie. Good to see you too. And here she is, Miss Capital Letters herself, the host, according to Leanie. Woohoo! And you've got me, Maggie, and I'm the host. And I'd like to welcome you. I'm going to pass you over to our beautiful host, Leanie. I won't pass you over to our beautiful host, Leanie, because she's otherwise engaged. So you've got Scouser here again. Thank God you all understand the words I'm saying. Hello, Katrina. Thanks for coming in. Hiya, Natalie. Thank you for coming in too. Don't you be laughing, MJD. Here she is now. I will hand you over to the beautiful one and only, according to Leanie.
You guys, Maggie is such a twat. Seriously, I was in this live before she was. I signed on first, but Maggie is more
Give me
professional.
the receipts. I want the receipts. Sorry,
I
guys.
was
It's just
when you
being
signed on,
Leanie.
my name was right here in
What was it?
back,
Well, no. Well, I was too busy, so I want the receipts. Carry on.
and I like to let her do the welcoming because what happens is this right here. I start out totally unprofessional. I think once we get into the case, like I think I can be professional if the chat isn't winding me up and making me say really sarcastic stuff about everybody. Um, but in the beginning, Maggie sounds dang professional, and I let her do her thing. So chaos doesn't start before the trial starts. But anyways, it look to Maggie's credit, she never expects me to be here on time when we're doing these court cases. So
I
of course,
don't. I really don't expect her.
look,
Because I
she
know
wouldn't
she's a
for
nice
me.
owl.
I was
So,
on Whatnot last night, Maggie. I sold over $500 worth of stuff, and everybody give me a what?
what? Oh
Thank
my
you.
God, Gail. Oh, you whatnot on it. Oh, you smashing that whatnot now, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Every time I get with lunch lady, I'm like, this is crap, lunch lady. Like it's
You
crap.
probably.
This is going wrong and that's going wrong, Lunchy, and this is going wrong, and then I feel better after I bitched, and I was like, son of a biscuit eater, my mother-in-law's coming. I got to get some of this crap out of the way. And then
Who's
I went,
coming?
my mother-in-law, you must not have read our little friend group.
What? I haven't been in. I haven't had the time. When is she
Yes,
coming? She's only just moved, hasn't she?
she's coming to visit for I don't know how long. Beefcake told me she needs a break. I'm like, a break
Oh,
from
does
what?
she? Well, what about you?
I know, I know, Maggie.
Oh, I'm not having it, Kayla. You know what? We should have seen this coming. This is going to happen all the time now. You might as well get used to it.
Oh, but anyways, I won't bitch no more about that because I did. Well, I didn't bitch in the friend group.
Tell me
Put in
later.
there. I just put in there that to give them a trigger warning about that I was going to have a nervous breakdown, and and then I left it. And then I left it because I knew somebody was going to say something. Then I was going to tell all my woes, and nobody needs to hear it because you guys already know that she hates me, y'all. I've been the best daughter-in-law ever,
I
if
don't
you
think
ever
she
knew.
does.
I think well, she probably doesn't. She say don't know how to show love. I had to teach her son. But anyways, back to this. Nobody cares about what I have to say, really, Maggie.
I know. Carry on.
They, but you are well loved here. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Oh, my.
Uh,
Oh,
I
look.
just wanna. I'm not gonna do roll call, but I am gonna say hi to everybody in chat, even those in the bushes that completely hate me. Listen,
Hang
thank
on.
you so much for
Carry,
being here.
carry on,
Okay.
Gail.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. Wow. She shut
Making you professional.
this. Oh! Oh, okay. Let me get with this. Hello, everybody. Welcome to According to Leanie. I am Leanie, and I'm coming to you all the way from Indiana. Yes, I am. I even put a bra on for court today, you guys. Be impressed. See, it doesn't work for me. I'm too honest. But anyways, we appreciate you all for being here. Even the ones in the bushes, we welcome you. Please come on down. Don't be scared. Don't be worried. Don't be thinking that you're going to get bashed in this chat for saying something that may not agree with Maggie or I or anybody in chat. As long as you bring it with some kind of integrity, say hello to the chat, read the room, see what's going on. Don't spend less than 5 minutes here and think you understand exactly what's going on, because we have ADHD here. So we switch around from minute to minute about different kind of things, and we're still swinging back and forth on if she's guilty or not. So that's where we're at. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Thank you to the Mad Mods who are here. We appreciate you so much for keeping the chat safe, healthy, and happy, guys.
And please hit like and sub up if you'd be so kind to According to Lainey. Thank you very much. You help us get out there in the algorithm, and court will begin shortly.
Our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud.
We're proud.
I'm
sorry.
Each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there.
And welcome to all the other guys that have just come in. Please grab a seat and make yourself comfortable and have a gab with all the other chats. They're all welcoming and willing to talk back.
From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the
friendship game.
Stop that here now.
According
Might
to
as well
Lainey,
just stop that. Might as well stop that right there now. You've
the
just ballsed the whole show up.
I know. There's only so long I can be professional. That's why I don't have a job.
She's ballsed it up. Did you see, guys, the way I was stopping that music and just having it in the background and then
We were doing
it
good.
out in between, like Chris McDonough? Carry on, Lee.
Cut my mic. Cut my mic, Maggie.
I tried to, actually. Didn't want to. I was trying to throw her off. I was going to throw her off, guys, and I was going to panic just for the sake of it. She'd have been made up. She'd have stayed in that chat.
I would have laughed my butt off, to tell you the truth, but no, I think we're doing all right. We're doing all right.
I wouldn't do that. It's too much hard work on your own.
Listen, nobody here shows up for the professionalism. They know they come.
You're rolling at all kinds of hours in here.
Yeah, they know they're coming here and they're going to talk smack talk all the time. Here, it's at least argue at least once, and then we're going to make fun of the both.
I listened to Nancy Grace, so she's not having none of it, is she, Nancy Grace?
Girl,
all Patrick Clancy's videos and said it's just the quality, it's the different faces or whatever, and then it shows him in it up on the outside
preach it.
And they're on the phones and they look like they've got a cob on. Well, that means they look like they're angry. Now, how the hell did someone get that picture, Lainey? That video?
That is a very good question. I watched it too.
In their lounge. Like they're in their lounge at the shot, the angle.
Maggie, do you know I watched it as well, and not right away. So like I had taken a nap yesterday after the live, and then I came back, and that's when I watched it. She had already put it up, like it had already been like an hour and a half or something. And I thought, oh my God, I need to go live and just let Nancy Grace it, because I thought I really did think it was brilliant. I think she's brilliant. Anyway, she's my boo.
Did you see the woman come in screaming?
Oh, she came in there on fire.
I thought, and Nancy Grace went silent, and I thought she's going to go in a minute. Have you finished? Don't you ever come on my show and carry on like that again? Do you hear me? I thought that's what she was going to say.
But she was completely right. She was on fire. She presented it. I'm other than being really loud. I get loud people.
Yes, she was right. She was right.
And
completely.
Yes, she was very right, and she was passionate about exactly how she felt about it. She put it out there really, really fast, and Nancy was like, "Can we cut to commercial?"
You know what, Lee? I've just seen it there in chat, and this is the first time I thought this. I thought, hang on a minute, the man's voice. What if it was him? It was him. He brainwashed her. It was his voice she was hearing, but she doesn't know that. I mean, I know I'm being a bit of a conspiracy theorist there, but I just thought I'd put that out there with Lacey, because Lacey said the same.
Well, you know what? We can't take anything off the table, right? I mean, I don't think that's been a conspiracy at all. I think it is looking at every angle of this that doesn't freaking make sense.
No.
But I do think that if you like Nancy Grace, even if you don't like her, if you can stomach her, she's my boo thing. Y'all weren't allowed to talk bad about Nancy. Okay, that's just one person we're not. I love her. And listen, I like Chris Madonna. I think Chris Madonna is brilliant in his job, but I can't listen or talk to anybody that doesn't have emotion. Those people, except for JB, God bless our JB, the FBI. I understand. People that I just think that it's kind of like, you know how they have game face, and so they don't show any emotion one way or another because that's their job. I think he's perfected it. JB's perfected it, you know, and so I have to understand depending on how they were raised or maybe what their profession was, you know, police officers, cops, things like that. They absolutely do have to have like just that straight up, like you don't know what side they're swaying, if they're believing you or they're
Well,
calling
have
bullshit.
you seen what's the name? The woman with the blonde hair, the youngest one. What's her name? Oh God.
Oh my, Mo O'Donnell, Marino,
No,
Marino,
Maureen. She's expressionless as well. She's as straight as a
yes,
die.
straight, straight face,
Yeah,
completely.
she
And
mustn't be
most,
away, must he?
hmm and if you know, but Maureen McDonald, I'm going to call her Madonna, Maureen O'Donnell. Uh,
Her name's not Maureen O'Donnell either.
it's Maureen O'Connell. Oh my God. See, Chris Madonna, you got me all twisted. Something I don't like you. It's just you don't break. But at least she is expressionless for the most part.
Oh my God.
But maybe it's her beauty that I'm just like enthralled in, and I just sit there and go, "Man, you say that's so pretty." But anyways, she doesn't move. Her waters don't ripple either. They don't. But Chris Madonna has that tone to his voice that's A, hard for me to hear, and B, I hear his lisp, and I'm like, "Yeah, Big Daddy, I know you got some teeth
Miss
too,
Liz.
just like Blondie over here." Yeah, he talks like he's got some kind of denture somewhere,
Oh yeah,
and
it's
I get it.
pretentious. You'll be like that. You'll be like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, thank you, Maggie.
It's all right. It's no
But I
problem. So you know what I
recognized
used
it.
to.
I didn't
Are you free?
recognize it until I got my teeth pulled. But anyways, nobody, like I said, nobody's here to hear me bitch and complain. But I did see Nancy Grace, and I think it is worth. I didn't want to go. The only reason I did not go live is because you have worked so hard on this trial, and I was like, that would be
Yeah.
betrayal to my
I'd have
professional
killed you.
Maggie Pie, my
Yeah.
little favorite, no, my little Maggie May, and there is no way I will even mention the name Lindsay Clancy without Maggie being with
Thank
me,
you, girl.
because
That's a
I
been
have
going. Oh my
no
God,
right.
what's going on?
Yes. So I thought maybe during the lunch break we could play that today or something, whatever you got planned.
What do you
I
want to
think
play?
it's the my boo thing, Nancy Grace.
Oh, of
And
course, yeah, yeah, that's
because
fine.
I thought she brought up a lot of good points that people in chat have brought up. And even though I feel like I know what side she's on, she hasn't been that well, she's never is. She sticks to her guns, and she's like, prove me wrong. Me, I'm
Sometimes, well, when that girl in the boot, or what you call it, the trunk,
mhm,
she agreed with that. She was fuming with him.
mhm. Yeah, and they have a different way of thinking, right? Nancy was a uh, prosecutor, and Chris Madonna, I mean, he's still doing a different job with missing cases and things like that. But for over 30 years, he's been doing this and dealing with missing people, and he was a homicide detective and all the things. So I just thought, instead of listening to me and you gab on, which we love to do, and it's so easy to get distracted, we could listen to Nancy Grace, because I really felt like, not just because I love her, I really felt like she brought some strong arguments. Now, understand, she still acts like a prosecutor in her show, because she's letting them people have it that she has that come up on her panel. Would you agree? I mean, she's like, "Oh, really? But what about this?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, she does put them straight if she's got a point to make. And how many times did the twins get mentioned?
ah,
Did did you watch the one that came after it with the man on whose
no,
daughter went missing? Oh, gotta watch that.
no. At that point, after I had gotten that part done, I seriously was contemplating. I was like, "No way. There's no way I could do this." Maggie, this has been Maggie's baby. She's rocking it. She's gonna have to bring it forward. But um, so I stopped watching that, and then I went. Oh, then Beefcake came home, and so we meet in the middle, you guys, and so we were in the middle of the kitchen talking about our days, talking about the court case and how shitty we are about how we were treated so rudely yesterday by the courts, and so, and then life just went on. I had to get ready. It takes me a couple hours to get ready for a whatnot show. So I did that. And then I remembered at the last minute, literally 14 minutes prior, that yesterday was my bio dad's birthday. And yes, I
Hmm.
called him at 14 minutes to 12. He was still awake. He's also a night owl.
How
And
old is he?
he's 80 years old yesterday, him and his
Oh,
twin.
so it's a big birthday.
Yes. But he told me when I first met him, because I always send him something for Father's Day and for his birthday and for Christmas. I just do. And when I first met him, his gift was going to be late. And the one thing he said, I want you to understand about me. Because, it's a learning process about each other. You spent 50 years not knowing you got a kid out there in the world. And so he said, I want you to understand this one thing about me. He said, things that you could buy me usually mean nothing to me, especially at this age. He said, but
Yeah.
it means everything to me to hear from my children, grandchildren on my birthday. He said, that just makes it so special. He said, so if you
Oh,
don't mind calling me. So imagine me, 14 minutes to spare. I'm like, oh, so I'm frantically dialing his number, but we had a great talk, and I told him I'm grateful for his life and every second that God has given me with him. So he's a special, special man to me. And our Mrs. Kravitz did give birth to
oh,
a
what
bounce.
happens?
She did fine. Bouncing baby boy Graham Michael came into the
Ah,
world, 6 pounds, a couple of ounces. So of course I had to talk to her on the phone and be able to FaceTime
oh,
and see
nice.
videos of the new little guy. So, she's in new mommy heaven over there. And I was like, lose my number the minute you go
Oh,
home, because the minute you go home is when she's going to call me every freaking day. I was like,
does
I'm
she
so
live close
thankful.
by you, Lee?
No, remember she moved to, when I moved out here, she sold her house and moved to
Oh,
Phoenix.
that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I told her, I even told her yesterday, I said, I'm so thankful that we do not live next door to each other. Could you imagine her putting her baby and herself through the door to get to me?
I know she'd be going, do me a favour, Leanie, can you just mind here? Just for
Yeah.
an hour while I run to the thrift store. I won't be
Ah,
long. And she never come back.
well, yeah. Because she is gonna struggle because she is Miss Bougie and scared of everything. And she's like, nobody gave me a manual. She said, who qualified me to be a mother? That's what she told me. She said, who
Oh,
decided I was qualified to be a mother? I was like, well, I guess God. I mean, none of us are qualified. We just become that mother.
yeah, she's
And
just
so,
become one and that's it. Can I just say, Gemma, I hope you've got your paper and pen ready to write down these breaks. Now, what time is it? It's 9:30 your time, 2:30 my time. She's still not here. Why did they say 9 o'clock when it
9 o'clock. Exactly right, Miss Maggie.
never
Preach it.
happens? I'm fuming. I can't be doing with it.
Well, Maggie, we do know it's almost over because one of the last things that we heard yesterday
Yeah.
after the jury was after
So no
the
6 weeks.
jury was
No 6 weeks.
dismissed.
Yeah.
What did the judge say? Well, what did
Monday or Tuesday, wasn't it?
that's right.
They're gonna.
Because yep, because old Red himself, the defense says, look, I think by Monday, things go right the way that they're supposed to go. We will be closing on Wednesday. We will close our case on Wednesday, so we should have it to the jury.
So what we're going to do in here, we're going to ask the chat when they say that's it, they're waiting to come to a decision, whatever it's called. We're going to go on the chat and we're going to ask chat, what does he think? She's going to get off with it, as in on a mental health charge. She was in a what is it called? Psychotic state. Yeah, psychotic state. Or it was intentional. So you've either got to just put the word psychosis or intentional, and let's see how many get it right.
Yeah.
Not what you think you should get. What that was wrong.
By what evidence you have heard.
Yeah. What the evidence? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The other thing would be interesting to find out is how long do we think that the jury is actually going to deliberate? I don't think it's going to be that long.
I don't.
But maybe it will be, because I mean, we've been back and forth, and we need someone to explain it the way that Beefcake explained it to us. That you have to, if this is all you're getting, if you don't get nothing else, this is a not guilty case. So, that's, he is right. That's reasonable. And Nancy Grace did talk about that too, right? Reasonable doubt.
Yeah, we'll bring that up in the first break, which will be about 10 minutes after the start, guys. So it will be ready. It won't be long. Yeah. Well, the way this is going now, what's going to happen here, right? I'm not even going to put it up yet because the camera's going to shake. It's going to take you to the judge and Bewed, right? And then it's going to take you back to that emblem thing on the wall. You do it every morning.
And just so you guys know.
In fact, you know what? Let's get ready to watch this to see what way it's going to go, okay? And that says, don't be a dick. That's what it says in the corner for anyone that can't see.
Yeah, because we had a dick. We had a dick in here yesterday, and I just want to remind people we don't put up with those.
Yeah, it was a troll. I'm convinced it was a troll.
Yeah. And listen, I'm the one that was.
Sorry, lady. There was no answering it at all. You give it an answer, and she'd answer you with a question, but it wasn't a question. It was a bit odd to me. But there you go. So
I didn't even catch on until you said it. Honest to goodness, I didn't even catch on, and I didn't even get ugly with her.
I know you let me seal with it.
Yeah. Okay. And that usually doesn't happen. Well, usually when I'm ugly, and then Maggie says, "Hold on." Then I will shut up, because I know Maggie's like, "You're going too far. Shut the hell up. Let me finish this up. Let me wrap it up."
I try to be nice. I always try to be nice. I would want someone to speak to me that way rather than just, you know what I mean? That's the way I am. I treat people the way I want to be treated. Leanie doesn't think, she just sees red. Like a bull, a red rag to a bull. She's gone. But that's who she is. And I am who I am. It makes us two completely different people. It doesn't mean I'm right or she's right. It's just who we are. We're being real. And that's the end of it.
Well, I think I try to treat people better than the way that I am treated. But you're right. Once I see red, it's on.
I think with you, if there's really shitty with you and there's no giving up with it, that's when you'll go off. You don't go off straight away.
I go off straight away.
Realize that they're being sarcastic and not nice.
Mm-hmm. I will. The quickest way to get me to respond, though, is if I see someone being rude, especially to the mods in chat. If I see rudeness towards the mods in chat, and I watch. I'm watching, like, if there's a debate going on, right, between like anybody in chat, and I'm like, oh no, I'm just gonna leave that alone. They're handling that great. I think it's great. They're debating. They're getting the word up, but they're not being ugly. They're being. I think I can see a difference between just being facetious and condescending and being a total dickhead to somebody, than just be like, but wait a minute, but wait, what about this? But wait a minute, no, I don't think so. That to me, healthy argument, no big deal. But if
I
you
think
are
if
rude to
someone comes in
Maggie,
and goes, she's a monster, instead
yeah,
of just going in and saying, "Hiya guys, good morning. I think she's a monster." Then you go, a good morning, thanks for coming in, nice to meet you. What brings you to that? What did talk?
yeah,
But when they come
exactly.
in and they're causing trouble, and you know that they're ruffling the feathers of the chat, that's it. That's not nice, is it? When anyone enters
Mm-mm.
any chat like that.
No. I mean, even if you enter with a hi or a hello and be like, listen, guys, I think she's a total bitch and
Yeah,
she's probably going to hell. Listen, I don't even take offense to that, but it's the way you
no,
present yourself when you first come in. And
yeah.
that's when I
Everyone's
just,
got an opinion, and
my,
it's not
my
stopping you,
antenna,
is it?
my antennas go up and I'm just like, I'm watching you. The minute you become ugly in here, things are going to get ugly real fast. But the best way, seriously, to just, I'm gonna start, and it's gonna get ugly until the mods end it, or I end it, or Maggie ends it. If you are mean to Maggie in any way, I don't even care if she is wrong. In my book, she does no wrong. And I will literally kill
Got a
you
healer.
over Maggie. That everybody that knows me for 3 years knows I will kill you over Maggie, because nobody deserves that. I probably would kill you over Melly Joe, because Melly Joe is just the sweetest thing ever walking on this earth. There's like, you would hate Maggie before you would Melly Joe.
I
I'm not
appreciate that.
I'm
I want raise up for you. Thanks very much. Just put me out there as an angel, then sweep it right under the carpet and throw
Well,
Melly down the bed.
I talked to you on the
You love
side.
me.
You've got a lot of people fooled, Maggie. They don't
Listen,
realize what a tough broad
I
you can be.
love Melly Joe, and she's lovely.
Yes.
I
Nobody
agree
can
with
be
you.
mean to Mel. Now the rest of the mods, y'all, they're mouthy as hell. They don't need me say, I'll get mad if there's disrespect towards them. Because they give their time freely. I can't pay these people, you guys. So I mean, they give their time freely. They're here. They may not be able to stay the whole time, but they're tag teaming. You don't see behind the scenes, or you don't see the new mods and chats going, hey guys, I gotta go. Like, I gotta go. In other words, I'm tapping out. Some other mod, please pay attention to what's going on. Listen, I don't care what people want to say about mods and whatever. I don't do modding the way that other people do it. And I don't care. It doesn't make my modding wrong. It doesn't mean that I don't run this channel at the end of the day. What I say goes. The mods are just doing exactly what I've asked them to do.
Can I
Could you
just ask
imagine?
a question?
Yeah.
I'm asking you and the chat. Did the judge say this Friday or next Friday?
About what?
About doing this case? Because where is he?
Okay. He did not say next Friday, because remember, the defense came in and said we should be closing out ours. I forget, it's not called closing out, but I'm just losing words right now. Um, we we will be resting. So remember, the defense says we will be
Having a good
resting, Judge, on Monday. So you think we can go to jury on Tuesday? And he said, let's just give it till Tuesday for sure that we know the jury will have this. So
rest.
hopefully by Friday, nobody's going to be in this courtroom, because I'm telling you,
Us.
I don't think I don't think the
Maybe you're
jury's
still
going to take
waiting for
that
this
long.
to start.
Exactly.
We'll all be going, Gemma, have you got your pen and paper ready, girl? Just tell us how long this break's been now. Oh,
Poor
it's taking
Gemma.
the piss,
We
isn't it?
appreciate
It
you,
was like
Gemma.
20 to 10.
We appreciate you.
We say
Um,
we
how
appreciate
long?
it.
Wait a minute. How long was it yesterday? It wasn't. I mean, it
Yeah,
was a long time, right, before
it
they actually started,
it
and
was
then we.
18 minutes past yesterday when they flashed on, because they were at normally um 2:30 my own time, but it was 2:18.
And then we only heard of one. We only heard from one witness, right?
Yeah, quick as anything.
And then they went to sidebar, and we were like, "Oh, here we go." Wasn't that yesterday? And then
Yeah,
he came back and he dismissed the jury.
Yep.
And then the day before that is when they took the 3-hour short break.
Yep.
But it was
Every break is
literally.
short. Just listen to the judge. We'll take a short break. Wait, you hear him. Even for lunch, we'll take a short lunch break now, guys. We'll be back about 2. He never comes back at 2, ever. So if you want to go for your shopping, go when he goes for his lunch. You got loads of time. Take your
Got
time.
Scotch time. But you
Take
got to
your time.
respect the man. He told the jury yesterday, he said, don't blame this person. If you're going to blame anybody, blame me. And I'm thinking, you're exactly who we're blaming because it's your courtroom, sir.
Yeah.
So, and I know you're back there tipping that scotch. You know,
What
that's
does
the only thing.
anybody else think? Oh, I'm not even. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm muting out.
Let's see.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
All rise.
All rise. Hey.
Reddington, the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Justice Reddington and Assistant District Attorney Justice.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So can I see counsel sidebar, please?
Oh, Laney. Let's see if we know any faces, any YouTubers. Come on.
Okay, the YouTubers
Why
will be in
didn't
the
they
back.
just leave it?
We could back it up during break and see if we see anybody.
Remind me.
I know Bob Mata's there. Bob Mata is
I
there.
know Lauren's there.
Lauren's there as well. Yeah. But I mean, that's the most that we have even gotten of the whole gallery because I mean, that is pretty packed in there.
It is packed, isn't it? It did go past it the other day. It wasn't as packed as that.
Oh, it did. I never seen him do that.
Where's Lillian? Who's Jillian?
Lillian, who's
Jill.
Jillian? Hello. I'm just not even gonna say anything to that.
My name is Blair's in as well. And Denver.
Blair.
Denver Gaming, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Put the baby killer in prison. Hi everyone, is that what you mean, Denver? Thanks for coming in.
So, okay, I was wondering why they started the court right away without bringing the jury in. Now we know.
I told you that it could do this, didn't I?
Because the jury's not even in, right? They stood for the judge, right?
Yeah.
So the jury's not even in there, right?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Because he hasn't done the whoa with the thing banging it, has he? He hasn't done that.
He hasn't.
No. He told you he'd come on and then go off. I knew it. He's done it every single day.
The town crier has not announced court to be in session yet. But you're not going to lie, you guys. I think it's fascinating, and I think the judge should be wearing a powdered wig.
Would you love to be sitting there, Lee? Would you to sit and listen to every court case?
Not every one of them.
Only if it was like a big.
If
one.
it was one that I was
Supermom.
really. Hello. If it was one that I was really, really interested in, I'd be sitting there with my hands on the seat in front of me, you know, holding up my chin to keep my eyes open. I put toothpicks in there, and I'd just be paying attention. But me,
I'd be sitting under the judge's robe, and when he'd look to see what was touching his leg, I'd go shh like that. Don't say nothing. Let's have a ball. Don't say nothing, Judge. It's only me.
It's only me, the little gnome.
Sitting on the frock.
I think I would be watching just every little face. I don't even know if I'd be able to pay attention to what's being said because I'd be watching the jury's. Yeah. I'd be watching the jury's face going, oh, they flinched. Oh, they got their eyebrows raised. And I'd be watching old Lindsay over there going, we see you not looking right now, but when that jury leaves, you're going to look us straight in the eye, girlfriend. Go ahead. We got them. Because y'all, Nancy Grace talked about that yesterday too, about when I don't think she said when the jury's out, but there were several times that she, you know, that someone did catch her looking straight into certain places. Which
they said though, didn't they? She's very hard to read because she's paralyzed. But she can move
Big John,
herself, can't she?
Yes, that from what I understand.
I would, Briss.
Big John, welcome in. Now, I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand paraplegia so much when they say waist down. Does that mean that she could actually like twist and hold the side of her arms if she wanted? You know how we do
I
that
don't know
sometimes to
about
pop her back?
twist. She can probably pull herself that way with her hands,
Okay.
but I know from the waist down you can't absolutely feel anything at all. Like she's got to lift her legs up to move them and stuff like that. But consider she can move her arms and she can turn her head and she put her head back and she can push her hair out the way. But she doesn't. She sits in the same position for 7 hours of what we can see alone.
Mm. Hi, Susan. Good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming in.
Hi, Susan.
We are, you guys, we are in court. We were called to court. We were called to rise.
Here
We
we go.
rose, and now it
We
was a
have a movement.
sidebar. Who's got the bow? Any bows? Any bows? Check it out first. Oh, we're showing some
Go
knee
ahead, Will.
action.
Yeah, I can see it from here. She's got a big one in. Look.
Okay,
Ooh.
that's nice. And we're showing some knee action. Here we go, guys. I'm telling you, they're going to call the
Super
jury
mum.
in here.
Don't bother. You're happier when you're not married, and it's no guarantee, love. That's what I think. Stay happy. Stay the way you are.
I think Lindsay's coloring does look as good today as it did yesterday. That's just my opinion. She
Yeah.
looks very tired. Her eyes look tired, though.
Got a bit of blush on, hasn't she? She looks a bit best colour.
Now, I've been told the guy that is sitting against the wall over there next to the family, but he's literally, do you know? There's Bob Mata.
Oh, you'll have to show me after.
He's right here in the front with like totally dressed for court, of course. No tie. He's showing his chest hair. He's right there in the center, right under where it
I've seen
says
that witness
killer.
that was there yesterday, the old man with the grey beard and that. He was with the mum and dad.
I don't see Lauren in there. I know
That's what I'm looking for.
She hasn't been. Oh, there she is, right there in the center
Yeah.
on the other side in white, kicking her feet. Any other YouTubers that we see?
Oh, mister.
Lauren, no, she's right here, honey. See all the 4 ladies in the white right there behind?
Yeah.
Okay, she is the third one from, she is the one sitting next to the dark-haired lady who just went down. And then we have got the church lady, her grandfather. I don't know who the other guy is. Oh, he's the priest. He is there. Mom and dad are there. There's another man sitting on the end. Yeah, the witness. Dr. Zeisel. That's Dr. Zeisel.
Yeah.
Yes, Patrick's mother, then Dr. Zeisel. And then I heard the guy sitting on the other side of Dr. Zeisel is actually Reddington's son. But I thought that maybe the dark-headed one, that when Reddington gets up, sometimes we'll see a dark-headed guy with the real thin beard.
Was Reddington's son there?
That's what I've been told, that Reddington's son is actually sitting on the other side of Dr. Zeisel. Because remember, Reddington works by himself. He doesn't have gophers. He actually hires people to do certain things for him,
So was he there to help his dad, I mean?
I think he's just, he said it in court. He said, look.
Okay.
He said it in court. He said, Your Honor, I don't have someone to help me. He said, my son is here with me. If I ask him to hand me a presentation or whatever, he will. He said, but I don't have people working with me. I am my own person. Okay. Because he was pissed off that the prosecution wanted more days to look over some evidence that they had for months.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting all excited to see this.
Oh, let's hope it's a good day, you guys. Hopefully whoever has screwed up court the last 2 days is there today.
Yeah.
Did they do DNA on the kids to see who physically did it? They obviously did, because Patrick Clancy asked for the autopsy photos. And they did talk about whose DNA was where.
It was his, wasn't it? Because he got the bands off.
Yeah, and
one of the kids.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
Shoot fire, you guys!
It's going to be a long day, Gail.
Mm-hmm. But remember yesterday, that's what he told us at the end too. He said, tomorrow prepare for a longer day. He said that before, though, and
Yeah,
it
he
didn't
said that
happen,
before.
guys.
Yeah, said that
Mm-hmm.
before.
Mm-hmm.
Still goes home early. Still has 3 hours breaks. Sidebars. How many sidebars have we had? Is that 2 now, Jem?
Jillian, the Lillian says, so hers wasn't on there.
Gillian the Lillian.
Yeah, that's what we call her, Jillian the Lillian, and we mean that with
Oh, yeah,
utmost
that's our
respect.
term I've been jamming for you. That's because I kept calling you Lillian. So you're going to be, I say, here's Lillian, who's Jillian. It's just a nice way. Oh, we
All
are.
rise.
Get ready, Lee, to say it.
She's looking directly at the jury,
At
you
someone.
guys. No,
Is
that's
that
the
the way the
jury coming
jury
in. Yes, she's watching them come in. Not every day does she do that. All right, let me shut the hell up, because the town crier is fixing to talk, and I adore him.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor, may I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Harrington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hopkins.
Well, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. I don't know who's got to turn it on. Okay, thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir? Would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't think there's volume.
Could you turn on your volume? You're muted.
Okay, I think I've got it. But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him again?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I am able to hear you now.
All right, give it a try.
All right, Counsel?
Good morning, Doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, Phillipresnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live?
Oh, it's
Can you hear
started
me?
already.
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay, Clancy, at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Case Western Reserve University.
No, it's really low and it's
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
Can I see counsel here at the side, please?
Oh my God, why don't you just go on what we do? Go on Messenger. Go on Messenger, we don't have a problem, do we?
Yeah,
All this top tech stuff is shite.
Yeah, there is absolutely no way this is going to work. Put him on WhatsApp
The
or
second time
there's
now. Yeah.
there is way too many ways to communicate to people over the internet now. This is shit.
This is shite, yeah.
This is not going to work.
Day18-The said shit then.
It is shit. It's complete shit. Can't understand the man. But I do want to say this real quick before they come back. I think that he has just debunked the fact when somebody put in there that Patrick Clancy is the one that did not show up for court. He is now missing. Remember, we heard all that day two ago. That's why I was careful about putting. That's a load of shit. Also, that there was something else that was said, and I said, hopefully tomorrow we will get a better understanding of it. As to what happened the last 2 days. Obviously, this is what happened. This poor dude had to have surgery. We know you just had surgery, sir, but we're going to need your testimony. Okay, that's how this is going down. Don't piss us off. Do not piss Red off. It's going to send freaking reporters out to your house, and God knows what. You're getting on the stand via Zoom or whatever. But remember,
just like in the old days when you're watching TV, the little sign used to come up and say technical difficulties. That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have.
Oh my God,
people
kill
know
me
more
now.
about this than I do.
Oh my God.
To kind of readdress this. To see if we can have a smoother presentation. So you're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy.
Oh, right, George, so make sure it is a short break.
Well, I hope it's a short break.
See,
just go to lunch.
The goal is to get this in a manner
get it over with.
Is easier for you to hear and absorb this
Lindsay
information.
Clancy was
So we're gonna
33
take a
when
short
this
break,
happened. She's
I hope,
84.
and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
Patrick's got 28 kids now. Oh, this is
Oh,
terrible.
yeah. He's already been divorced 4 times. Shit.
He's not with her now. It's someone else. Guys,
Listen,
what's going on?
listen, call Maggie, call the judge real quick. Can you do that for me? Call the judge or call the judge, let him know everybody in the court is to download WhatsApp, including and we're just going to put it up on the big screen, and that's how they're going to communicate. I mean, this is easy peasy.
In 2 seconds, couldn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, surely there's someone in there to go, Judge, have you got WhatsApp on your phone?
All right, so we'll
Just
be
tell
in a
him to
short
do
recess.
Just call them and do
we'll kinda
WhatsApp.
see if
Dead
we get
easy.
this
Short recess. We've heard that
working
before,
again.
haven't we?
50 million
That's in
times.
my dreams.
Our poor Gemma's going to be busier than the court reporter today, you guys.
Oh, Gemma, do you want us to pass it to someone else, Gail?
Gemma, if you get tired of keeping track of times and all that, Gemma, I'm sure some sweet angel will help you out with that too.
John said, people are complaining about how this court case is being handled. You would
Well,
John? Oh my God. Yeah, why don't they call Patrick? Lisa says he's a tech dude. Do you know what I mean? I wonder if Alex close on his bike. Is there anyone in chat that lives near Massachusetts court can run over and get them on WhatsApp? Oh, Lauren's in there. Surely Lauren will say, hang on.
be like, what the hell's wrong with you?
What's that banging? Is that you?
It's me. I am looking everywhere.
You're going all funny, Lee.
Okay.
What are you looking everywhere for?
We're trying. You guys can't hear me because I'm in the back of the house.
You know.
The back of the house. And
John said they should have used jet film.
Photo, anything would have worked.
Yeah. Now got a message picture. What is it called? A message pigeon. Like fucking Dumber and Dumber, that wasn't it?
Well, hell. I mean, what do we expect? What do we expect?
What are we supposed to do now? Just sing?
I guess everybody get up, stretch. Don't get any DVTs. If you don't know what that is, tell them, Maggie.
Oh, I tell you what. Yeah, I'm nearly getting a DVT, guys. That's why I have to keep walking up the street because I'm sat on my ass for 8 hours a day here. Do you know what I mean? And I'm upstairs on my ass for fucking 12 hours. And it's going to be all over for me soon. I'm going to get one. Deep vein thrombosis. That's what it means, guys. Honest to God, I can't believe this. I'm going to play a little bit of music.
Fuck all the people who done you wrong. You carried that pain for far too long. Every lie, every knife in your back made you stronger.
It's because I've got the course on. I can't play it. It's the video. I was going to put it on with the music, but you may as well make a cup of coffee, Lee. I'm going to pour another one. That went down dead quick. I was dead excited thinking, here we go. Surely to God he can't do that again. And he did.
No, it was playing on our end, Maggie. Or on my end it was playing.
Was it?
Yeah, but it's just really, really loud. So we have to turn. On my end, it's really loud. I don't know about anybody else. It was kind of like, bam.
Oh, wonder why I couldn't hear that then.
Because I don't know.
Well, you stop it when it finishes then.
It'll stop by itself.
Yeah, but it'll start playing again, won't it?
Not if you don't have the loop on.
Fuck all the people who done you wrong. You carried that pain for far too long. Every lie, every knife in your back made you stronger when they thought you'd crack. They tried to break you, drag you down, tried to steal your smile and take your crown. But look at you now, you're still standing tall. You learn through the dark, now we're ready to fight. No looking backwards, no running away. We're taking our lives back, starting today. Rise above them, this is our fight. Through the darkest days, we'll find the light. Hold your head high, make your future clear. Never fear when hope is near.
Sorry guys, I cannot control the volume on that. I've brought it all down and it's not making a ha'pence of a difference. So I'm sorry about that. Blaring out everywhere. But you know what? I can't help but tap my feet. What about
I
you,
do
Liz?
too. I do
Do you go
too.
dancing around the kitchen if you're standing up? If I was standing up when that come on, I'd have been dancing.
Well, I
It's a
just
great
did.
little jig.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is good enough.
Okay. Sorry, Beefcake, can you guys even hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. We are trying to get my mother-in-law's room ready for her, even though it's already all set up, but I cannot bend down to make
In
the
the
bed.
yellow room.
No, not the yellow room.
How
That's
long is she staying for, Lee?
don't know. But anyways, so we are I just threw whenever I switch this room around, I just put like a quilt over the bed with no sheets because
Yeah, I'd
I
do
always,
that.
yeah, because I always change the sheets when new people come anyway. So I
Yeah.
was like, why the hell am I doing this to myself? So Beefcake is helping me make the bed because I can make one by myself, but I try to baby my back when I can. And since he's here, I only have to bend down twice instead of 4 times. Listen, work smarter, not harder. That's my game plan, y'all, at all times. Anyways, so, and he hung my new thing on the wall. Maggie remind me to show you later. You're going to hate it because it came from a dead person's house. And I'm so sorry about it.
God, I'm not shocked. Wait, is it in the bedroom, the yellow room?
No,
Is
now
she getting in there?
that one's in it, but it's on the wall. It's on the bed.
You know what I mean is the mother-in-law going in the yellow room?
No, no.
Why?
Because I love that room. It's my happy place.
Are you staying in there?
Yeah.
Is that where you sleep?
On
Shut up.
Monday through usually Thursdays, and if I can help it, sometimes Fridays too.
Oh my
Because
God, guys, if you ever heard anything like it, she part-timer in the yellow room.
well, it's not just that. Sometimes I sleep in the living room on a mattress in the floor if
With
I
the dog.
miss my dogs. Even though my dogs will come in the yellow room and sleep with me too, but because of my back, I move around a lot. So like you know how when you lay sometimes on your hip and then your hip will start hurting, so then you turn over and you go to the other hip, that starts hurting, and then you're like, oh fuck it, this is shit, I'm just gonna get straight up and just start working again. That's the way it is for me. So I play musical sleep areas a lot. But when it comes to Beefcake, so he never complains about how much I move or this or that, but he'll call me like on the way home. He always lets him know when he's leaving work and stuff. And he'll say, I guess I didn't sleep good last night because I'm really tired today. And I'm going, okay, well, I know it's me. He doesn't come fully awake, but you know how it arouses you like into some sort of consciousness, so you're not in that deep sleep and getting the sleep one. So when all that started happening, when my back even got worse, I was like, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. Plus, I've been married 25 years. Nobody needs that. Nobody wants
No.
to sleep with this, Maggie. Listen, the only thing that loves to sleep with me are the dogs. And the reason why I know I'm loved is because my stomach lays next to me and it loves me. So I got my boobs and my stomach that take up their own space on the bed.
There's no judgment with these dogs or cats or anything, is there? Listen, we better get into chat. It's all going off. Hang on. So check out Scott Roos. Oh, do you know what? Has he been on with Patrick's testimonial? Well, you know what? We'll bring that up later as well. That's a good one. Have you watched it, Lee?
I didn't hear who you guys were talking about.
Scott Roos or Rouse, whatever way you know the body language.
I watched him a couple of times. I don't mind watching him at all. I just have trouble. I catch on to things a lot later than the rest of y'all do because I'm so cynical. So I'm going, but do you really know that's why she moved her pinky like that? That's me.
No,
I'm
you've only
cynical.
they've only been studying it for 28 years.
Yeah, but I'm still cynical. People are still studying aliens and trying to
Well,
convince
it's
me,
like
and I'm
you,
like negative.
Big's mouth goes up,
Yeah.
you know what it means. So you watch body language. So you know Beefy's body language, and he'll probably know yours as well. So these people have studied it. That's what they do. So you've got to believe them.
And I don't got to.
Mm-mm.
Because I think that
Oh,
just
you'd have
because
got
when
to.
Beefy gets mad at starts to get a little bit mad, or usually when he's getting mad, that his lip goes up like Elvis's lip, just that one side right there. Now, I can't look at the next door neighbor whose lip may go up like Elvis's too and be able to confirm the fact that, oh, that's because he's getting mad. That's just a reaction that Beefcake does. So
But
when they
it's what he's
say,
doing when his lip goes up, the next door neighbour. It's what he's doing. So you could say, "Oh, Mr. Joe's lip goes up when he's about to laugh,
well, next
or
time I'll
when
just
he's
ask him,
serious."
like, I'll go all psychologist on him. Next time I'll be like,
Yeah,
I just noticed that your lip is
that's
going up.
right.
What exactly are you feeling right now?
Yeah, what
Can
are
you
you
go ahead
feeling when
and
it does that?
yeah.
I can't believe you message me on Messenger to tell me Mr. Joe was there and didn't even put him on the camera. I was going, oh my God, I want to see Mr. Joe. I'm still waiting for an answer. That was
Ah,
about 8 years ago.
Mr. Joe. Well, because I was 1 minute I'm talking to him, the next minute the doorbell and I always, because I have a big window in my door, so I have to kind of sleuth it. I'm just like peeking out so nobody can see me because
I'm
I'll be damned, I'm
surprised
not
that you've done
answering the
that.
damn door.
I'm
But
surprised you never got an old woods one.
it is wood, but it's got a big oval
Yeah,
piece of
that's what I
glass
mean,
in it.
without the glass,
Oh, I
so he
don't
can't
care.
see you.
No, no, even if he couldn't see me, I still have to answer to Mr. Joe. He's
Oh, yeah,
precious.
Mr. Joe. I would to Mr. Joe as well.
Even though he laughs at me, and he laughed and didn't come and help pull me out of the tree.
What's he
So,
say? What's he say about you getting your teeth out, Lee? Do you think you'd have it then?
no, he just told me his story for 55 minutes about how he took his teeth out too. It was great. It was great. I was
Mr. Joe, ladies, listen to this. So, Mr. Joe was witness to Leanie going right through the bushes and getting stuck. Her glasses went one way, she went another way. And Mr. Joe must have caught it on his cameras. Tell him about it, Lee.
well, I was riding. Beefcake said I had to learn how to use the riding lawnmower because he goes out of town a lot. And I swanny, you guys, I was doing everything right. And I looked down for 1 second. I looked back up and the damn bush jumped like right in the way. I could not freaking. It was like, do you guys remember HR Puffin stuff where the bushes would reach out and grab you and pull you in? That's exactly what happened to me. The bush jumped in my way, grabbed a hold, and then I gunned it because I was like, I'm going to hit a bush. And then I just gunned it and I went straight in around and
Shoes come off and everything.
it finally stopped in Mr. Joe's yard, and I could and I had twigs in my hair sticking out, leaves sticking out. My glasses were somewhere gone. I mean, I'm holding on by the steering wheel, hanging off of this bitch, right? And I
Just
hear
don't
this
take your
huge.
hands off your steering wheel, girl, if you're
I
driving
didn't.
or
That's
look
the only
down.
thing that kept me off on it because
Oh
I'm like
my God,
halfway
that's so
hanging off
funny.
on and I hear this big boisterous laugh and I turn around and it was Mr. Joe. He said, "Are you all right, darling?" That's what he calls me, darling. And I couldn't even speak to him. I was so embarrassed because I knew he had cameras and saw the whole damn thing.
Oh my,
And
you
he's
probably
like,
sent the clip to Beefcake and say said nothing. Just say
because
nothing.
Beefcake
Don't tell
came.
her you know.
Well, Beefcake came right when I finally once I got my wits back to me, and I'm like trying to, because y'all, everybody in the backyard could probably see what had just happened to me and laughing their ass. Oh, it's terrible. So I was like,
Oh, looking
trying to
out for
like,
houses.
I was pulling leaves and twigs out of my hair, shoving. Wait till I have a mess of a hair. putting it all back down, realize I can't see shit. Mr. Joe's laughing at me and really concerned. And the next thing I know, I find my glasses. I had to go back to the damn bush that's attacking me and found my glasses hanging in it. And I put them on. Mr. Joe is about on the ground rolling. Beefcake comes around the house and he's like, because by then I had jumped off the damn thing to go find some glasses. And Beefcake comes down the corner. He's like, what the hell happened to you? And I was like, you fucking dickhead. I said, I will never get back on that thing. I could still hear Mr. Joe laughing. And I'm walking towards the front of the house. He's walking towards me. He's like, where's my mower? I was like, fuck you and your mower.
In the bush.
You never fucking get on that mower again. Your grass will grow sky high, or you ask Mr.
I went
Joe
all
just to
over
cut
on
it.
the one on my mates, and it was
Oh.
great. Never had a problem. It was so easy.
Never
I
sat
tried
back
to
on that
dodge him
damn
in the
thing.
fair.
No,
Great.
never
I
ever
put
get
lines
back
in
on
the
it.
in the grass and everything. It was lovely, like a
Yeah.
bowling green.
Well, that I can tell you right now. First of all, I took out half of that damn bush. Second of all, Beefcake, I made him take down. I said,
Then
I'll
she
be
took the
damned.
mailbox down. Then
Took
she
the-
took the mailbox down,
And
guys.
told Beefy I didn't do it and forgot that I looked.
Yeah.
Oh man, you guys
Never
have
even
lied so
told
much.
us. She never even told
Nah.
us until she had to.
I can't get away with shit, you guys. Nothing.
Hello, Africa. Thanks for coming in. It started already, but they've gone on a short break because they were having technical difficulties. I'm a chicken shit about the door. Not gonna lie. Lol. That was Lily and Gillian said that. Oh, guys, short break. See what I mean? Oh, Lenny, it's all over.
Yep. It's all over but the crying, you guys.
I'm
Can we
crucial
just
and I'm
send it-
probably going wrong here with my temper. I've got my apple and my orange ready for when it starts.
Can we just send this right to the jury at this moment, right now? I mean, it is what it is.
I bet you this jury's going to go up. If they've ever done jury service, I bet you they're going to say, I have never done jury service in my life like that one. Never been on a case. Terrible.
And y'all, the poor old man that just had emergency surgery on Tuesday, he's just sitting there waiting too on the short break.
He'll be
He just
getting
fell
another
to
one.
hospital. He'll be having
Yeah,
another
be getting-
surgery. He's internally bleeding at this time for
He's
sitting
got
up
a
too long.
DVT. He's supposed
Oh
to be
dear
moving
God,
after an
poor
operation.
guy. You know what? They should feel really. If I was his wife, I'd be like hell. Like you're not going on the court case. Tell
They
Red.
shouldn't be having technical difficulties, though, Lenny. There's so, like you say, there's so many things now you can have communication with. You know, I just don't understand. They have all the best equipment, and it goes wrong. Just
Maggie,
get your
they're having.
phone out.
As much as I love it because I live in the past, as much as I love the town crier, the Massachusetts people are there's Mr. Joe and I don't have my phone. He's standing. Oh my God, okay. Let me explain what Mr. Joe's got on, you guys. Mr. Joe has on a t-shirt. He's got on a pair of shorts that are way too big for him that look to be denim. He's got black socks all the way up his calf.
Oh.
And a pair of white, looks like white, maybe kind of slip-ons, something.
Mr. Joe.
Oh, he sees me. Let me wave. Hi, Mr. Joe,
Oh.
you sweet ass man. I love me. I love me some Mr. Joe. But to give it back to him, y'all, don't think he wasn't laughing his ass off at me and didn't even come and help me look for my glasses. And him and Beefcake stood outside.
I want to laugh.
Ah, I would have probably punched an old
How
man in
long
the
was
face.
you on it before you went wrong?
I had done some of the front yard, but my problem with mowing, even when I'm pushing a mower, is I think to myself, okay, Lenny, this is how we're doing it. We're going to go straight lines, just like Beefcake. We're going to go straight.
Yeah, I
We're
love
going
the
to turn
straight
it
line.
around and then come back. And then we're going to turn around and go the other way. And you do that all the way down the lawn, right?
Yeah.
Now, what happens to me is I start off good and I have the best of intentions. And then I see some grasses that's like, there's no way to go a straight line. So you have to kind of do a groove. And I think, let me just grab that groove really fast and then I'll get back on the road to the straight lines. Oh no. Then I think, Well, then the straight lines won't look straight. So now I just have to keep going around this border. And that's how I ended up on the backside and the tree jumped out at me.
Oh my God, Lainey.
Beefcake
Crazy.
usually does not let me ever mow the front yard because what it looks like when I'm done with it has I don't
Yeah.
have lines, I have zigzags. He's like, "Why can't you do it the way that you do your carpet, like perfect lines?" I said, "Because my carpet does not have flower
Little
beds that
tufts
have."
here, there, and
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah, yeah, it doesn't do that. It is a rectangular size. And he said, "Well, then I need you to look at the yard as a rectangular size and don't go out of it. I'll get the rest of it." And I'm like, "If you could get the rest of it, then you can get the beginning of it too." So then he's like, you only get to mow the backyard inside the gate. Don't go outside the gate." Okay, well, fuck you. How about
But
Mr.
do you have to
Joe?
let the dogs in when you do it?
No, they
Don't
no,
you run after it?
they follow after Laramie.
Oh.
Laramie has learned to sit up where you keep your feet on the
Oh, does he
mower.
go on it? Oh.
Laramie he's been the
Yes,
only
he
dog
would.
we've had that sits up there with Paul in between in between his knees. And he just sits there
Oh.
holding on to nothing, going for a ride. It's so cute. I got to get video of
Oh,
it.
you have to get video, yeah?
Yeah, it's none of our dogs have ever done that before. They've never been scared
Oh.
of it, but Laramie wants
But
to
you just
ride.
did,
Yeah.
oh, that's
Mhm.
lovely.
It's so
Can't wait
cute.
to get Wednesday on it with him.
Oh God, now Wednesday runs, she's scared of it. She is so
Oh.
scared of it. You know what? I gotta
With
help Beefcake
Beefy.
because I think I saw a part of his lip go up because he's actually having to do this by himself.
Go and help him do the bed while you've got time.
So, Maggie, if we need to, what we could do is we could just
Oh,
put,
yeah.
courts on break and we'll be back shortly and
I'll
then
just put
whenever
my
we
plan up again. Yeah.
and then everybody could get up and do something constructive because I'm not and be I think his lip went up a little bit,
I don't know
y'all.
whether this is the one. I'll have to check. Hang on. No, it's not that one. Hold on. Hang on. Why did that go on there, but it didn't go on there?
Okay,
That's
guys, I'm
weird.
gonna mute out and help Beefcake because he never gets mad at me. I may not have seen the lip go up. Maybe it's just me thinking that he's judging me because I always think that I'm being judged. It's a problem with my personality, one of many, if you will. But
Yeah,
anyways,
he's got
I'm
to go.
gonna help him because I feel guilty. So I'm gonna go and help him when I hear Maggie come back and call me, or I hear
Yeah.
chatter in.
Here we are. You let me go. No, we are.
Yep, then I will come, not running. I can't run, you guys are just not going to. I'll come back. All right,
Go on.
BRB.
Okay, darling. Okay, so I'm keeping my eye. I'm trying to keep my eye on the chat and on the little tiny video that's in the back chat, in the background, whatever it is, backstage you call it. So I've got a little tiny 1-inch video screen to watch, so I won't be talking loads in the chat. So let's see, where are we? I'm going to try and see if there's anything. You're all chatting together, which is really good. Thank God, it really helps. So was Thingy Rouse good? Was it good? Because sometimes I think you haven't really given us much. I think when I watch them, I mean, I watched that one that it was what's his name? Summerwell's parents. I watched them on that, and he said they were telling the truth, didn't he? 22 minutes for a quick break, Jem. I know. It's terrible, that, isn't it? Oh, we've got more neighbours in the house. Got more neighbours. Oh, you'll all be able to meet. You'll all be able to meet and have a little cuppa. As soon as this goes on, I'm going to pour myself a cup of coffee. Blair is in Houston. Fellow Texan. When I think of Texas, right, I think everyone's a cowboy and it's roasted. And they have houses like Yellowstone. That's what I think. You've all got fences around your house with a horse. You got a few horses, and when you look around, it's just nothing. There's just really remote, and you got mountains in the far background. Is that what it's like? Surely you don't have housing estates. Hiya, Flower. Thanks for coming in, love. Good to see you. So is that what Texas is like? Where there's just houses dotted here and there, and they look like Yellowstone, and you've all got a horse? Tell me, let me know. You're welcome, love. Maggie, the cliches are somewhere true. I do have some gnarly cowboy boots. Well, we have cowboy boots over here sometimes when they come back into fashion. But what I mean is, does any of the males in your family wear cowboy hats? And have you got horses outside? And is your house in the middle of nowhere? And you've got loads of land? And it's roasting hot? Because that's what I think it's like, honestly. Even before Yellowstone. That's what I think. But my mate told me to watch the spin-off from Yellowstone. Oh, good. They're good then. Rip and what's her name? What's the girl's name? Beth. Is it Beth and Rip? Maggie, I'd love a ranch. I'd love a ranch house. Aren't they gorgeous? His house was fabulous, wasn't it? My kind of boyfriend is a gentleman beaten rancher. Oh yeah. I think most women like the cowboys look, don't they? What did you just think of Rip in Yellowstone? Everyone was mad head over heels in with him, but I wasn't. He didn't flick my switch at all. All right, like. I love Beth. Love her. When you hear what happened to her, do you know what I mean? Why she didn't have a kid. Oh, my heart broke. My heart proper broke for her. But if you just watch the spin-off, we're waiting for the other one to start now in autumn. There's another one after it. I get all excited. That's the only thing I love about autumn and winter is all the series come back. And then you can sit and do your crochet and listen to it all. Flick my switch. Don't you say that, Charl? Flick my switch. Lacey says she absolutely loves my accent. Well, do you know what, Lacey? Thanks very much. And are you finding it hard to understand me? Because loads of people come in and think I'm Irish or I'm Scottish. Not one person says, "Are you from Liverpool?" I'll get the fellow Scouser in and goes, Scouser. Because that's what I am. Natalie says, I'm here. We are just busy making a fire for a barbecue. Oh, I love your kind of life. See what I mean? We couldn't do nothing like that here. As soon as we get the barbecue out, it rains. So I got a barbecue and got rid of it because there was no point. We never used it. Lacey, isn't it sweet switch from Texas? Love that. I also love the accent. Supermom, thanks very much. I wish I could hear all your accents. I love the American accents from all states. And I didn't ever hear the difference. I thought an American was an American, that they all talk the same. I really thought that when I heard them, and I heard like Lenny saying, "Where are you guys from?" Because I can hear, the accent, and I'm thinking, hang on a minute, they sound like you. But now, because I've talked with Lenny for that long, I can hear, not all of them, but I can hear a lot of the difference in the accents. I know the New York one. I don't know the others. I mean, I can't like say what ones, but I can hear the difference. Lillian Gillian said, my phone's dying. I'll join after a bit. If I miss anything important, somehow tell me. What are we going? We're going to have to shout, Lily, hurry up, get back. So if you just get a bit, can't you plug it in anyway while you're watching and sit down with it? Plug it in, sit by where it's plugged in, even if you've got to sit on the floor in the hall. Done that before today. Lisa said, I used to really tone down the twang while travelling for business. You get judged as stupid. Oh, I know, you do. It's like us. We're the same. You know, if we're in a professional like environment or something, or you go somewhere and you know you need to speak properly. So I would speak like this, but I'd try my best if I could speak absolutely properly. I wouldn't go into totally posh mode. I wouldn't speak like that at all. That would totally be embarrassing. But I'd just talk and I'd try to emphasize my words, and you know, I'd say thank you all for being here, blah blah blah. But sometimes I forget and I go into full scouse. Do you know what I mean? And I think, oh Maggie, stop it. You can speak better than that. But it's just who I am. You know what I mean? I do try, because I know it is a very hard accent to understand. And I haven't had anyone come in a while and say, where are you from? I can't understand a word you're saying. Except that one the other day called it, come in and said, talk proper English. That's why I said, I'm not English, I'm Scouse. We've got our own accent. There you go. We have our own language. Scouse is a fab accent. Charlotte, thank you very much. Charlotte, you're from, are you a Geordie, Charlotte? It is you, isn't it? That's the Geordie. Tell me I'm right. Lunchy, when I first heard Lunchy, oh, she's so country. She talks like that, like she's got a real big twang. Yeah, you got it right. Guys, listen to me. I swear down, I promise you, with my hand on my heart, the Geordie accent is my absolute favourite accent of all. It's fabulous. I will give anything to be able to talk like the Geordies. It's lovely, absolutely lovely. I always remember one of the midwives that was delivering, well, the one midwife that was delivering my babies, she was Geordie. I'll never forget it. Maggie's accent sounds to me like she's a singer. Oh my God, it doesn't sound like that to anyone who hates Scousers. Oh, it is, Charlie. It's a lovely accent. I would love to talk like a Geordie. Hello, Virgo lady. Thanks for coming in. Hello, I just watched. Don't normally comment. I love you all here. I'm in Lancashire and the UK. Oh, brilliant. Not far from me, Virgo lady. Welcome in and join in the chat. I'd love to have you join in with them. The more the merrier. And feel free to share your opinions and no one will bash you. We're all thinking different and, you know, we're all adults here. But join in, Virgo lady, and welcome. Oh, it's nice, isn't it, when someone doesn't normally comment and they feel they've got, you know, the confidence enough to come into this chat, because everyone is welcoming. Charlotte Tweedy, John, Northern or Southern Islands? Where's that? Are you from, hang on. John, are you from Southern Islands? Well, I didn't know. I thought you were John from in down, where is it? Forget. Hampshire way or something like that. I thought that's where you were from, John. Must be another John. Oh, sorry, John. I don't know who I'm talking to on a daily basis. Yes, so isn't that nice from Virgo Lady H that she didn't really bother. That's a couple we've had like that now. It's nice to know that the chat is welcoming. I love the Irish as well. Oh, I love the Irish accent. There's a couple of few accents that I absolutely love, which is the Geordie, the Irish, and the American. They're my three favourite accents. Let's see, I need to scroll down. Love to get you on panel just to let them all hear. Oh yeah, see, it is that, John. I thought you were saying you were from Southern Ireland, John. It is that, John. It's our original John, isn't it, John? You hurt your leg when you first came on. You had an operation. Tell me I'm right. Getting good with all this. Oh, and Africat's another one I love as well. Yeah. See, I forget. And you must be remembering what I've told you. Yeah. I remember being on holiday and my mate's husband was playing darts with a lady and she was from South Africa and she was gorgeous. I loved it. I was sitting there with my mouth open listening to her. Virgo lady says, I was born in Hampshire. Apparently, I sound like a farmer. We've been called all kinds for my accent, Virgo lady. These sidebars are getting ridiculous. That's a word I can't say. Ridiculous. Never say it. Never even knew I said it wrong until probably last year. Lacey, I bet you any money you've got an accent. It's like Lainey says she hasn't got one. I go, what? You haven't got, oh my God, you're pure American. They all say they haven't got an accent. Whereabouts are you from, Lacey? Did I hear you saying you're from Texas? Texas? Yeah, Lisa, she'll definitely have one. She'll definitely have one, for sure. I wish you to come up on panel. Would anyone be willing to come up on panel? Not now, obviously, we're doing the court case, but when this is over with, if we do a panel, would you be willing to come up? We'll just have yous, all the new ones, no one else. Because sometimes if you have quite a few up, it gets a bit mad, especially the ones that are competent, you know what I mean? Like I'll get up and never shut up. Lainey'll never shut up, but we've got to be there. And then you get Wild Angel who she does nothing but laugh, but her laugh is amazing. But yeah, we'll just keep it. There won't be any of that up. There'll just be yous would just get up and let me hear your accent. Who'd be willing to do that for us? Please say me. Prissy says, my maiden name was Britain, so I was not surprised when my DNA was from the UK. Oh, oh. Who's got the name in the UK, Britain? Someone Britain. It's a telly, off the telly. Oh, who is this? Anyone remember? Brilliant, Natalie. Okay, we've got Natalie who says she'd come up and speak to us on panel. It's so easy. If you don't know how, you've just got to follow what's on the screen. And if you don't want your camera on, turn it off and no one will see you. So we've got Natalie. Natalie Davies going to come up. Now remind me because I'll forget. Fame Britain, that's it, Charlie. Fame Britain. I wonder if you're related to Fame Britain. Could be, couldn't it? Your accent is beautiful. You sound like brave. I love it. I'm from a tiny town in Arizona called Camp Verde. Been in San Antonio, Texas since 2012. Do you know, like all the names yous have got is we've got over here. Like Liverpool, there's a Liverpool in America. I couldn't get over it. But there's a New Hampshire in America as well. So all what we've got, yous have got. Don't know whether you knew that, but there you go. Look it up. Look it up. And when you said then, hang on, who was it said here? Yeah, Lacey, when you said Camp Verde, that sounds like a place in Spain. San Antonio. San Antonio was a place in Spain. Yeah. Supposed to be gorgeous there. I haven't actually. Oh, is it Spain or Greece? It might be. It might be Greece. I think it's Greece. Yeah, they're Birmingham, Alabama. I love Alabama. That name, Alabama. Lunchy said, Maggie, there is a Liverpool here, close to me, in West Virginia. Is it close to you? I knew there was a Liverpool. Oh my God. Do you think they all speak like me? Doubt it. I watch Scott Trout. Also, I liked his channel. Oh, so what do you make of it? Does he say he was being deceiving or what? I bet you he didn't. I bet you he never said he was deceiving. Let me know. We're going to watch it after anyway. They said here. Hang on, where's that gone? They said here they talk. Where's it gone again? They talk what they call broken scouse. I don't know. Virgo, do you know what? There's so many accents, isn't there, around us? So many. If you go like up here, you go 5-10 miles up the road, they speak completely different. Like people say they're from Liverpool, but they speak over the water. They live over the water. They're not Liverpool at all. We call them plastic scousers, plazzy scousers. That's how we say it. Yeah, Superman, we're going to watch it on here. We could have watched that now. If we'd known this break was going to be this long, we could have watched it. This is terrible. It's not giving you people time to do anything. Instead of just saying, coming back and saying, you know what, guys, it's going to be an hour break. So if you want to do anything, do it. Oh, but now you've just got to find out for yourself. Well, I'm pouring a cuppa, so bear with me. Oh, go away. There was a couple of things that he said that Patrick maybe. Oh, well, I'm very shocked. We are definitely not paused. Oh, let me check. Oh, you got me scared now. Now, look. Trace up, guys. The sound's on. We're all good. God, I got scared then. I'll just leave it on that anyway. Or we'll leave it on that. So how long have we been on this break now? Don't blame me, Brissy. The laundry will be dry in a minute by the time these get back. Go and strip the bed scales and get them out on the line. I don't know whether you bother putting them on a washer line like we do. We don't. Well, a lot of people here do have dryers, but in the summer, all the washing is out on the line in the garden. 40 minutes. Oh, they've got a treat, Gemma. What a treat. Now, what I mean, Judge, the flask is near gone. I'm going to have to get up and make another flask of coffee. It was dead heavy before to pick it up. Now it's light as anything. Near bone dry. I'm going to have to eat my orange, guys. I'm going to have to eat the peel. And I'll save the orange till later. What time is it? Yeah, I've well had it, but normally by now. So, I'm eating it right now. Okay, Blake. Brissy said I'd just strip the bed and put the sheet in the wash. Don't blame me, I should have done that. I mean, I've got the washing house in the garden now. I hope it doesn't rain. It's nice and sunny. That's another thing. I'm missing the sun. I could have been in that garden for 40 minutes. I haven't had any sun for 2 weeks. I'm absolutely missing. I don't miss the sun for no one. I'm telling you. And if it's still sunny and Lily comes back on the next break, which this is going to go into lunch. Anyway, if the sun's still out, when we go on the next break, I'm going to say to Lily, I'm going to run out in the sun for half an hour. Oh, God. Lacey said, my son has been dating someone in Australia. He might eventually move there. Round trip cost him almost 2K. Oh, it's so expensive, isn't it? But you know what?
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy. All parties are present.
Leanie!
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Here we go, Lee.
Fingers crossed.
All right.
Now, guys, how long does it take to make a bed?
No, I'm hearing you, Maggie. I'm sorry. Listen, I was listening to you guys talk, and I always hear myself talk. I thought it was brilliant.
You love listening, don't you?
I do love to listen to people talk.
We've got a lady come in, Virgo lady. She doesn't normally comment, and she's
I
chatting now.
heard. Yep, I heard all you guys talking. I love it.
We'll say hello to Virgo lady while you've got the chance
Hello,
to.
Virgo lady. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted.
Have you done the bed?
Yeah, the bed's done. Then I started cleaning the bathroom, Maggie. You know how it is. Good morning, Lunchy. Good to see you.
Good morning, my
Good
lunch.
morning, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I mean, that's what happens when I start cleaning. Then we just clean more. All rise.
I've got to start eating the peel.
And I heard you need a break into the garden. So if you want to go now, Maggie, I will sit right here and you can
Okay,
listen to
that's
this
good.
out in
Yeah,
the
I will.
garden.
I'll listen to it in the garden. I'm dead excited. Come on.
I couldn't hear you guys' text, but I was hearing Maggie read it out, and then I'm on a computer screen, and I also have, according to Leanie, playing on my TV, and it shows your guys' chat on the side of my TV as well. So yes, I can see it.
Present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to give it another go. All right?
Me a shout in 30 minutes, please.
Yes, go ahead. Hi, Cherie. Good to see you. All the way from Arizona, Colorado. She's not as hot
All
as
right,
Casey
Doctor, can
Anthony,
you hear me?
And Casey Anthony said she's
Yes.
still not.
Excellent. Tell
She's
us
still
again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
Didn't help, guys.
R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas, and then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor, and I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon It occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And a question that I have, doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through, if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus, or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information, and I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically, and how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes, well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed, so that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter-of-fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Videos?
Yes.
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
Yes, I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, Doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helburn, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helburn, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
Well, how do you get to say, hold on? What does that mean? Hold on to what? What are we supposed to be holding on to? Anybody know? Oh, Lord, you guys. I don't know what to say. I feel for this man, though. He just came out of surgery. Obviously, he's doing it at his own will. He could actually say no because He was asked by the defense to testify and to look into this case. What amazing credentials again. Little girl, get down. What amazing credentials he has. He worked on some serious cases. I think that we all of us know exactly which ones he's worked on. So it's amazing what there's only certain names we hear, but there's so many people that work behind the scenes. Those are the smart people, you guys. But God bless him. He just got out of surgery. They said that he had surgery on Tuesday. I think they said he had surgery on Tuesday and he just got out of the hospital, or he got out of the hospital on Tuesday. Irregardless, he is an older man, and even a younger person being able to sit in front of a computer with the tie on, buttoned up, ready for court, and to be able to give your professional testimony like this is just simply amazing, and that's dedication, and I respect it a lot. Let me jump into chat, see if you guys are saying I'm still up. No, I already got into my cleaning mode when we were on the 50-hour break. That, of course, is a some people don't get my humor, so I try to also always say when I'm being sarcastic or if I'm exaggerating. So both of those were both of those. I was exaggerating and being sarcastic for those that don't feel though that can't get those that you know what I'm saying. So good to see everybody here. Oh, let's see. I don't even know where to start here. I do have it on the big TV as well, but when I'm walking by, I'll check out chat for a minute and I keep going. Something about Lunchy is PO'd about her Starbucks. Oh, so was that the first time you had gone to Starbucks? I did that too the first time that I went just about 2 months ago. And I was like, oh my God, this stuff has crack in it. No wonder, because I sucked that stuff down. I was scared I was going to get addicted to it because I have an addictive personality. But I was even telling Beefcake yesterday that you know what? I didn't get addicted to Starbucks. Here we go. We are back in court. All rise. Oh, no rising. That's right. We were just told to hold on.
I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying and her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature, have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984, and over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research, or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how
first of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel?
Can somebody tell me who's the one saying that? Hold on a minute. Is that old red, or is that actually the judge saying it? I'm just curious because I've never heard that done either. I don't know. Mr. Resnick, Mr. Forensic Psychiatrist, listen, I wish you all the best. I pray your recovery goes well and that you heal very fast. And thank you so much for coming and giving this testimony, because I think it's excellent testimony. It sounds like the judge, I mean, I'm trying not to roast the judge because I'm saving it all for the bow lady. The judge is saying, hold on, thanks. I'm trying to save all my sarcasm for the bow chick, you guys. And usually I'll roast a judge in a heartbeat. I have no problem. Some judges I absolutely adore, and some are dumbasses. And I don't mind calling them out. Listen,
Mr. Chair, I want to give you an instruction at this point.
oh
I'm going to go into
shit.
this also a little bit later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you were not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements. All right. The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Rigg.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And, for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you talked, Doctor. You can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. I'm just covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy did to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that
Secondly,
mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe that the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children, and she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape, and in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was so distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy. and that is, it's called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality. And rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those two both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other three...
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other three, the captions of them.
The other three which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children, and that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
And sustained.
Yes, as a matter
No,
of
you
fact.
can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Lindsay, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her process and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter, she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
Monday?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murder by Parents, in the Aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children, and to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Miss Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Miss Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
is that correct?
Well, Miss Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
did
told
not
her
acknowledge them.
But what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctor.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
The state.
You know, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is strict and that answer is strict. Okay.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering, and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion, that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I asked you. I did not ask you about Ms. Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article, Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? No. All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Yes, please. DVD dating back in 1990 summer. Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Miss Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here, and probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into what she talked about,
was
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depth of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect. Bless you.
No, thank you, Doctor.
All right, so if we could turn off that. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Reddington.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
All right. So, members of the jury. Now,
Oh my God.
all right, so I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so here. We're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth is offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay? So, counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Gosh. Oh my goodness. Jerry, thank you so much for the 10 jewels. We appreciate you guys. Did y'all hear that? They rested. They rested. Did you guys hear it? They rested. So, yeah. So the defense is saying, you know what? We came in big. Listen, I know it was hard to listen to that doctor speaking, but do remember he is fresh out of surgery. He is quite a bit older. There was an echo on that end over there. And so it was a little bit difficult, but I thought he was brilliant. I enjoyed his testimony so much. It was hard to listen to, but I enjoyed it. I feel like the defense came out with heavy and strong. Hold on, let me hear what they're having to say.
All right. Attorney Sprague, does the Commonwealth wish to offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
Oh, fuck us.
Also call Dr. Abram Mack.
While this witness is coming up real quick, you guys, I am just going to say we're probably going to be going to lunch here after this witness or before Red is able to cross-examine him again. And then we got some stuff to talk about.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
All right. I just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Abram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Abram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
I will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry, and then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? Or what areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts, or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent, or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, a defense or a prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
No overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very, it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, It's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination.
Okay.
Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's aware, and if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term.
Okay.
The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you are conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility...
Is that an answer?
Yes.
I'm
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
Okay. And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different disorders?
There are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders, and these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
Okay. And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, it is they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
Okay. And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
Okay. But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So In this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say, the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Mm-hmm. Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
Okay. And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained. If you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as, I believe, both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently, and I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And finish, please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
No, yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April of 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah. The question, if you could just listen to the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you. Okay, go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about does that ring a bell?
Yes. Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
Okay. And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium, and that was a short trial.
Okay. And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after the birth?
After
the birth of her second child.
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for?
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than one or two times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several-week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
Okay. And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no
Uh-oh, Max, do you see it? What happened? I don't see it in back anymore. I don't see it in backstage anymore. I don't know what happened, but we flipped out of it. Maggie's blind and deaf. Well, okay, so Maggie, you guys, her whole thing just went off. So give me just a second. I will bring it back up. We will get you right back to where we were. I'll rewind it slightly.
or Valium,
Oh,
which is the medication that she was later prescribed.
there's our Maggie.
All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it,
All right, guys,
is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several-month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall in all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say, in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to kind of make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
So I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right. Thank you, John. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter, and we'll have you back here approximately 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Your next.
All right. Council, any need to discuss anything before the break?
No, thank you.
No.
All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we've heard that before. Haven't we? We've heard that before. Oh my God. Welcome to all the new people in the chat. It's lovely to see the chat going and everyone chatting. And if you're like me, you miss half of what's
Into
going on.
hygiene and grooming.
Let me turn this off.
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak?
Oops, my battery is running low. Hold on. I did plug it in, but I forgot to switch it on. It seems. Oh dear. Okay, so I think we're going to bring. Did you take that off the screen, Lee?
Yeah, just put it in back for us.
Okay. Okay. It's just that I was wondering. I was thinking, do you want to bring up Nancy? Did you say?
Yes, I'll bring it up. If you could answer, I'll let you answer Lacey's question.
My hand is, where is Lacey?
Down below where I've
How
got
long is
Gemma.
your lunch break? That one?
Yeah.
About 6 hours, Lace. Not long. About 6 hours. If the goods, it might be about 9. No, Lacey, honest to God, they say we're just going on a short break. It's never a short break, Lace.
Never
Never
a short break.
break. Here's where he makes a liar of me today. But listen, you've got at least 2 hours because he's not coming back on time. And if he does, God forgive him for making me look like a liar. But I've got all these in chat to back me up. And Leanie,
Yes.
tell Lacey.
Tell her about what, honey? I'm sorry.
And I'm telling the truth that once he's gone,
yes.
he's gone.
That's why I wanted you to, because Maggie is, and listen, we're all shitty about it, but I think Maggie is the most shitty about it. Gemma, poor sweet Gemma, she keeps track of how much time they spend away at sidebars and at lunches and at small little breaks and such. And it's a whole thing. I think it's just a whole thing. I think that's why he always says the word approximately now at the end of all.
To cover himself.
Now,
Listen.
Yeah, we've sat here for hours.
Hang on, who've we got? Let me try and remember because my brain's gone. Let me look up. Someone said they're willing to come up on panel. And I'm trying to find who it was because I forgot the name. I'm terrible. I'll know as soon as see it. I hope they haven't got off.
That's right. Evie says they're all at the all-you-can-eat buffet. They go for lunch. They stay for dinner while we're all sitting here like starving.
And have a pint and then want another one.
Poor Maggie didn't eat for 2 days, sitting here waiting on him. Not kidding you. That's no lie. We all witnessed it yesterday.
Kept looking at the screen. I was terrified to turn away in case I missed anything. I thought, oh no. But listen, Mama Grace, have you seen her job?
Have I seen? No. What is
Best you have a little screw.
best? You just go ahead and put it up because there's a lot that I have missed
She's
in
bonds, a
chat.
bonds woman.
Oh,
Oh, she said she could write a book. Well, she
I
can
bet
start
you
in it and
could.
put us in it. Right, let's have a look if I can find her. Hold on a minute. Mama G, where are you? Oh, you know when I do this scroll up, it goes dead fast in the end. I'm trying to keep it slow. Keep it slow, keep it slow. I'm still going.
She's right there, the very last
No, it's
comment.
the one she says about the bonds, the job.
Oh, okay. Sorry. While Maggie is looking that up, I just want to welcome everybody to chat. Thank you so much. Even the one in the bushes, if you're nervous about coming down, listen, this is the best place to be able to come down because sincerely, we really do have some really, really kind people in chat. And listen, nobody has to agree with nobody. We are just respectful of each other's opinion. And if we cannot see eye to eye, we move right along, you guys. So don't be scared to come down. You won't get bashed or beat up here. Just know how to read the room. And this room doesn't argue very much. You'll find that 2 doors down on your left. Keep going. There's like a whole hallway of them you're welcome to go to. We don't do any arguing or fighting or anything else, but a healthy debate, I'm all about it.
We're all about it.
All about that healthy debate.
We all
Love
kill
it.
each other to death and then hug each other after. It's
Yep,
fine.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, we're all family anyway, and you have a fight with your family, and then the next day it's like it's not happened. Well, sometimes.
Yeah.
You might just not talk to them for 5 years, but that doesn't count.
Yep, we're better than family here. That's how we treat family. Each other in here, we're just very forgiving. It's easier to talk to strangers. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Now I'm gonna say it was Natalie that said she'd come up. Natalie, was it you or have I lost me mind? Was it you, Nat? Oh, I can't find Mama Grace. Mama Grace, can you tell us your job, please? Save me scrolling up. I'm near in next door's live. I've scrolled up that far.
Lacey, I absolutely love your posts or your what do you call it? Post, I guess. Chat that you put in. I absolutely love this group. You have me laughing so hard. I really needed that. Thank you. You guys are all adorable.
Use me for laugh as well.
Yep. And sometimes you just need a break from reality. That's it. You just need a break from reality. And sometimes you just need someone to understand. After all, I always say it time and time again, all anybody really wants is just to be heard. That's it.
Yeah. And we're sometimes talking about these cases and you end up going, yeah, this, and you're all down in the dumps and you all feel depressed when you get up. No, we'll have a little chat in between and have a laugh because it keeps us going. We can still talk about it. No one's laughing about the girls or them babies as if we do that, our hearts are broken. But you know what? You've got to have a laugh in between. It's like being at a funeral. You've got to have a laugh in between. Laugh and get you through.
Yep. Tears are very healing, but laughter is also very healing. And look, there's only one time I think that there's not been many times, I can count a couple, but during a true crime case where we all there was no way to laugh. There was no way to make us all feel better. And is when we watched Brian Koberger plead guilty. That there was no pick me up from that. We were all sitting here with our mouths open. Maggie and I had no words. We studied that case in and out. We read every freaking court document. The chat read every
what colour underpants he had on when he committed the murder. We were researching that much.
I mean, we were prepared to go, you guys. We were prepared. And when that happened, collectively, the wind was taken out. There was no way to overcome that. We all needed just to get off and to decompress by ourselves because I can honestly say that was probably the hardest thing that we've ever covered so far. Just that right there, because everybody worked so hard on that case. The chat, everybody, we were so just devastated by it. So yeah, if you ever come in and you see that we're covering a true crime case, and me and Maggie's up here giving each other hell, or we're laughing or crying about something else, listen,
Just ignore
it's
us.
not. Yeah, it's not that we are at all disrespecting the families, especially not the victims. We don't make a dime off of these. We are monetized. We do not monetize any true crime that we cover here. I'm not about that. Maggie's not about that. The mods are not about that. And I would say if you're sticking around here, you're not about that either. And I appreciate it. Now, I'm not about making money off of tragedies. But if you do come in here and we're just having a fun, or you might see a chat having a little bit of fun and you're thinking, well, they're just not taking this serious enough. Listen, we've been here day in, day out. We know what's going on. We know how serious it is, but sometimes it just gets too heavy to carry. We're not attorneys, you guys. We're not judges that go home with us every day. There's only so much we as humans can take because this is not our line of work. So we haven't become this, what do you call it? We haven't become where we don't feel of it. So
Desensitized.
desensitized. Thank you, Maggie. So how we desensitize is we start talking about who's cleaning a toilet today, or what laundry you did, or who's making what for dinner tonight, or what silliness did Maggie go through. We send Maggie off, let her get some sun. We send Leanie off to get some teeth. That's how we do things around here. So please just spend some time in chat, more than 5 minutes. You're not going to figure us out in 5 minutes. I promise you that. And each day is just a little bit different. Okay, so I was just looking to make sure that you had that running on backstage. Good job, Mags. Of course you are. You're a total professional.
Right.
So welcome, everybody. We appreciate you so much. Big shout out to the Mad Mods. You guys here, we have the best of the best. And I'm not saying that because they hang out at According to Leanie. I'm telling you, anywhere they mod, if they mod somewhere else, they're the best of the best because they don't take no prisoners. They're not putting up with shit. That's the end of it. And that's what I like. It's not that I don't run my channel. It's just that I've got a bunch of people around me that God gave to me. And we've had discussions of exactly what I would like this to look like to somebody coming into it. And here, the mods are mods. If you start shit, there's going to be shit. And they're going to end the shit. And that's just the way it's going to go. Everybody has a role here. If you're a mod, you're a mod. If you're a panel person that likes to come up on panel, give us your take on things, or tell me your life story, then you're a panel person. If you're a bush dweller or hanging out in the naked bushes, which is what we call them,
or
then
if
that's
you're a break counter.
or your break counter, right? Or if you look up things and you throw it in chat because Maggie and Leanie don't understand certain words, we appreciate you doing that. Listen, there's a place for everybody in this channel. Find your place and do it the best you can. If your place is just to chat, then that's what we're going to do too. So you all have a place here, and everybody's role is no different than anybody else's. It takes all of us to make this channel work and to be a fun place to hang out. And for that, I'm forever grateful.
Okay, so Mama Grace is probably retired now because she took that long telling us she was very grateful, but she means well. Look, Lee, on the screen.
Bell bonds. I'm looking at it because we have a lot of stuff on our screens, and so I'm looking everywhere on the screen. And I just saw it, Mama Grace. I'm a bail bondsman. Oh Lord, girl, you're probably so much
she's
nicer.
got stories.
I'm going to tell you right now, she's a nicer person than I am, but most people are. But she's really nice because I'd be like, you fucking want me to give you money to get out of jail to do what? Yeah, I know you're going to hop jail. I know it. I know we're going to have to come after your ass for our money. I know what's going on. Listen, nobody's
is
going to
that
want to be throwing money for
like
me.
what's his name? What's his name? He has his wife Beth.
The bounty
She
hunter.
died.
No,
Is he
he's
like
not.
that? She like that?
No, he is a bounty hunter, which means he goes after the guys and gets the bounty for them. Those are people who have run from. Those are people that went in there to oh, Mama Grace, and said, Mama Grace, I need some money to get my kid out of jail. And she's all sweet. And she's like, I understand, honey. I wouldn't want my child in jail. Here's some money. Here you go,
I
baby.
want to do that.
And then they jump bail. That's what that means. They jump bail. And
God. So
then
Mama Grace got to put it out of her own pocket?
No, not out of her own pocket unless she is the owner of that bail. If she's the owner, then yeah, it's coming out of her pocket. Yes.
And
And
if they go on the run, does she get into trouble for that?
if they go, no, she doesn't get in trouble for that. She sends somebody out to find their asses and drag them back into court. That's what she does. And then they pay her probably at least 1/3 the amount that, hopefully pay her at least 1 1/3 the amount that she ever loaned them to get their dumbasses out of jail. That's what happens. So Dog the Bounty Hunter is the guy that she would send out. Hey, go get that little fucker and bring him back here. He owes me about 10 grand about right now. That's what that is. Yeah, she's a badass. I can tell you that right now. If you're a bondsman, you're a badass. Yeah, straight up badass.
Love to hear it.
All right, so if we don't, Dog is married to Francie now, yeah, and him and his kids really just don't get along over all that. It's hard when you're a widower and you decide to remarry again. I don't know the story behind it, but I still respect the dog. I loved Beth. I mean, I understand they all had criminal records. I get all that stuff, you guys, but listen, I believe in people changing for the better.
Yeah, me too.
And he was always honest. She was always honest about where they came from and how they got involved in this. And for that, I have respect, nothing but respect. All right, I'm going to quit talking again. And if you want to, Maggie, we can just pay attention to.
It's very passionate, guys. That's what it is. I'm like that. When I'm interested in something or I really want to get something across, I'll cut Leanie off straight away and get it out or I'll forget. It's what I have to do. She knows me that long. She has me to shut up. She says, get away with it. I say, shut up, Lee. So, do you want to get it, Lee, or shall I?
I've got it up already, Max. I'm just saying.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that that's what you guys want to do. Do you guys want to watch the Nancy Gray thing? I think it's brilliant at this point to watch it because it does give a couple more. It goes to both sides, and she's pretty fair, but you understand she was a prosecutor, so there's a little bit of bias on that side as well. But y'all, she's my boo thing. Yeah, she's my boo thing. You guys don't. You can't diss Nancy because she's my boo thing.
Boo.
Boo. BOO thing.
Boo thing.
That means I love her like she is my girl. She is my right or die. Besides you, man.
I used to call Jessie that. I said, come here, my little boo-boo.
I still call my boys boo too. Yeah. All right.
Well, I'm made up for you. Can you not tell me?
Fuck off, Maggie.
You fuck off.
Okay, I will.
My dog's dead.
You just had to throw that one at me.
We just needed a little blowout. We haven't had a fight for ages.
Yep. All right, Max, let's go ahead and take that off the screen right there. That
Hang
right
on,
there
girl,
is.
I'll stop sharing. Oh, no, we need to keep watching.
Yeah, we got to keep it on. We got this in back. Yes, I'm okay. We got this in back chat, you guys. We are watching it. Well, Maggie's watching it because obviously I'm not good at that. I went, 20 minutes to an hour yesterday or the day before.
So why can't I see it? If you got it on now.
Why? I don't know. Oh, I don't think no, I'm on. I'm on StreamYard. Yeah, you got to take it. You don't have it on the screen, do you?
It's on the screen. How do I take it off?
All right, I just took it off. It's still in back chat.
Okay, I'm going. It's there, but is it moving?
Yes, it's here.
Not moving. Like...
Hold on. No, hold on. See, they're still moving. This is Court TV replaying things for their own audience.
Well, I'm going to see if they're playing here because it goes. Go on, stop now. Take it off now. Let's see while it's moving the camera. Yeah, okay, I'm moving.
All right. So we're gonna bring up my boo thing, y'all. Whether you like Nancy Grace, I'm so sorry I couldn't stand this bitch years ago, but now I understand her because I've had a bad attitude for 10 years. And I totally get Nancy, and I love her balls. Look, I love someone who says it and means it with their whole chest. So here we are. Our if we could get somebody in chat, if you do not mind throwing out our disclaimer, that would be very much appreciated. Maggie, if you will float our disclaimer, shit on it. I know one disclaimer. You can tell I've talked too much today. It's all running together.
There you go, Miss Arlen.
Thank you so much. And we will go ahead and read that out. If you'll read that out for me, Max, that will be great.
I will. Fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research.
So do not come at us, YouTube. We're floating it at the bottom of our screen. Our mods are putting it in chat. So don't come. Let me give my girl a thumbs up, because y'all know. Listen, Nancy Grace hangs out in the naked bushes here. I'm just letting you guys know that. No lie. If I'm lying, I'm frying y'all. Our source, you guys, is Nancy Grace. This came out 19 hours ago. So she knows what's all going on besides what happened in court today. And this is what she is speaking on right here. Watch your ears. I cannot control your volume. I can only control the volume in my screen. So watch your ears. I don't know how loud it's going to be. Let's go.
3 tots. This as video and photos emerge of her ex canoodling with his new wife while heartbreaking testimony unfolds in court. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Three little tots, one an infant, all found strangled dead by mommy.
And my closing argument would be, she did this because. And the jury's going to fill that answer, that blank in with, she was crazy, she was psychotic, she was mentally insane.
47 Summer Street, respond with the police. The other party off the top floor of the house, slice her wrist as well, and neck injuries, neck laceration. She's conscious at this time. We're going to check with med flight. It was over a 20-foot fall.
It's unknown where the knife is, or whatever she used to slit her. She's in the, looks like they're pinging around the back. We'll get that info now.
She did use a knife at first, unknown where that is at this time.
Let's start a mutual aid ambulance.
I'm on the way. We're with the county.
I got 2 pediatric arrests in the basement.
The chilling 911 audio played in front of a jury. Now we understand that loving mom, so-called loving mom, Lindsay Clancy, states that a male voice ordered her to kill. Why always a male voice? That said, in the last hours, video and still photos emerge of her ex-husband canoodling with his new wife as the heartbreaking testimony unfolds in a court of law. This is from our friend Harvey Levin at TMZ. Now hold that just one moment. To Shannon Hill, star of Shannon Hill News on Insta. Shannon, thank you for being with us. There have been a lot of conspiracy theories about the husband really did it. But first, tell me what I'm seeing in this still. Can I see the still from our friends at TMZ again, please?
Nancy, that photo right there is of Patrick Clancy and Dr. Rachel Dennis, not to be confused with Lindsay Clancy, because a lot of people online are saying that those two ladies look a lot alike.
So where are they? Shannon Hill, they look to be out on a patio somewhere canoodling.
They look to be out in New York, where I believe that they were seen just today, maybe out on a date. They are wearing sneakers and are dressed pretty casually. Perhaps they went for a workout beforehand. They're both known to be runners.
Okay, so in New York, one has on sneakers or running shoes. Patrick Clancy, nothing. Dave Mack joining us. I'm getting to a male voice allegedly ordering Lindsay Clancy to kill her children. Dave Mack, I was accosted in Walmart yesterday, attacked verbally because I'm not reporting the truth about Lindsay Clancy. And according to the woman, before I ran to my minivan, was telling me Patrick Clancy really did it. Dave Mack, what can you tell me before we get to those theories? What can you tell me about this photo we're seeing? And it was reported as getting up close and personal, canoodling. What are we seeing, Dave Mack, in this still photo?
You are seeing Patrick Clancy having moved on with his life after one of the most devastating things any person can imagine. You know, he has moved on and married. He's married a woman who is a fertility specialist, and you see them together as a couple. And to be honest, they're in the first few years of their marriage. So yeah, they're going to be a little affectionate outwardly, and this is just a man recovering.
Dave Mack, I think the uproar is that the canoodling is happening as this testimony regarding the murders, alleged murders of his 3 children is unfolding in a court of law. To Dr. Geraldine Utter joining us, clinical psychologist specializing in psychological evaluations and risk assessments for individuals in the criminal justice system, author of Mainlining Philly, Survival, Hope, Resisting Drug Addiction. Also, Aftershock, How Past Events Shake Up Your Life Today. She produces Utter Nonsense, a documentary. Dr. Geraldine, thank you for being with us. Shannon Hill and Dave Mack have pointed out something very interesting. This is anecdotal, but I've noticed the similarity in his new wife physically and Lindsay Clancy. And we've seen that happen over and over and over. Men seem to marry women that look like the last wife or the last girlfriend. As a matter of fact, Dr. Geraldine Utter, I actually used that in court. I had a serial killer, was going to get him on one charge, very wily, and the victim was strangled dead. Somehow I found, I remember how it was in a police report where he had strangled a previous girlfriend, the mother of one of his children. When I finally found her, she answered the door, and I was like, she looked just like the dead victim. It was uncanny. And I remember when I saw the girlfriend, I had a sketch artist draw the victim, the dead victim, as she would have appeared in life, and showed it to the jury. I rolled back one and then rolled back the other. It was like the courtroom was quiet, as you can imagine. You could have heard a pin drop. So what is that phenomena? I've seen it in defendants that pick out the same body type. I mean, if you look at Ted Bundy's victims, they're all the same height. They're all white. Almost all of them have dark hair parted down the middle, long hair. It's uncanny. What is that phenomenon, Dr. Geraldine?
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting, Nancy. We're liking Patrick Clancy to a serial killer. And, clearly there's been no formal evidence that he has done anything.
Okay, I appreciate Dr. Geraldine. I really do. I don't think Patrick Clancy had anything to do with the deaths of his 3 children. I'm asking, let me be more specific. Let me rephrase and refine my question. Why do men always pick out lookalikes? I mean, think about O.J. Simpson. He kills Nicole Brown, then he gets a girlfriend that looks just like her. What is that phenomena? Is that a clearer question?
I mean, I got your question the first time. He has a type. We all have a type. Whether you're doing bad things or hurting that person at the end, he has a type, and his type looks to me to be women that have darker hair and darker eyes and that are slim build and they're athletic. To my knowledge, I believe both Lindsay and his new wife are runners. So he has a type. I mean, it's just indicative of what he prefers and what he's attracted to and what he likes.
Another issue to Shannon Hill joining us. She is the host of Shannon Hill News. Shannon, they also have other similarities, such as, aren't they both involved in pediatrics?
Yes, they are both in the medical field. I believe that Dr. Rachel Danis is an OBGYN doctor, and Lindsay Clancy was a labor and deliveries nurse. So they are both from a sort of similar field. But on top of that, like your other guest was saying, they are both runners, very athletic, and they do strike a very similar resemblance to one another.
Interesting. Of course, that's not probative. That's nothing I can take to a jury in this case. It doesn't really prove anything. It's just an interesting point in this case. You know, the claim that Patrick Clancy is canoodling with his new wife, and that's certainly not a felony. But then there's a video painting an entirely different picture. Let's see the video of Patrick Clancy and the new wife. Look at this. She's on the phone. He was observed pacing back and forth shortly after the photo was taken. And he's sending texts. And it actually, to me, looks very tense, not canoodling or making out at all. So to you, Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, guys, this is from Harvey 11 over at TMZ. Let's stay on it because Dave Mack is about to describe other things that have been observed. For instance, how in the hay did they even get this picture? They're clearly on a high rise, completely enclosed patio. How in the world, Dave Mack, how did this happen?
Because everybody has a phone in their hand, or has a camera in their phone in their hands. But Nancy, the part about this that is really getting people's goats isn't that they think Patrick Clancy did anything with regard to Lindsay or his children, but it's the timing of it all. I mean, we have been following this trial, and millions of people have, and we're hearing the most horrific things being described in court and being said out loud. And this just really shows a tone-deaf thing towards the whole thing. These are his children that are being talked about. And here he is sitting, you know, out in public with his new wife who looks like his old wife who's on trial. And that's the problem that people see with this. Now, I find it fascinating that we have shots of them canoodling, but the shot you're talking about where they're both on their phones, it's like a 30-minute long window, Nancy, where they're constantly on their phones. And to be honest with you, if you didn't know, you'd think they were in some type of an argument or disagreement. And I think it's people are saying, hey, you got a bad look going on here. Y'all need to just go stay quiet, stay out of the public view for a little while, at least
Dave
during
Mack,
the trial.
I really hate to cut you off. I really do. Do you have even a scintilla, that means shred, of evidence to support what you're saying about what they could possibly be talking about on the phone?
Not one bit, except.
No. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to limit you to yes, no's for the next few moments. So you have extrapolated that they're arguing with each other and he's texting and she's on the phone. So you also stated that they're out in public. They're not in public. They're obviously in a private patio setting. Let me see the still again, please. I mean, for Pete's sake, Patrick Clancy has his shoes off. He is not in public.
Guys, who took the picture?
You guys, I have to stop it right there. There are times I like to play these all the way through.
Oh no, I thought the court was back then. Sorry, Lee.
It's okay. I do like to play these all the way through, but I want to make sure that our channel does not get a strike. And Nancy Grace usually does not strike us because she adores us. So anyways, we have to stop, commentate for a second, and then we go on, and then I will try to fast forward through all of her people that pay her and stuff. But anyways, I agree. They are in their home somewhere or outside in their balcony. These pictures were taken probably by TMZ. You can see the owner of it right there, or some kind of paparazzi that's got a high zoomed lens that what do you want them to do? Stay inside the house for the next whatever? Now, do I agree that this do I understand on a human level that you could go on with your life before you have seen the deaths of your children be completely finished up? You know, put a close to it. Not that I don't think the babies are at rest. They are at rest, but just to close this before going on, I have a real problem with that. But I do have to stick up for this right here and say they look to be in their own little courtyard, not bothering anybody. This is what the paparazzi does. Back to Nancy.
No, they're wearing the same clothes they're wearing in the video. He has his shoes off. They are not in public. So I don't know what you think the felony is that they are there together in quote public, which they're not. But the other thing that is concerning, and the reason I say this, out to Marie Pereira joining us, criminal defense attorney. She's also a domestic violence expert, and she's a registered nurse to boot. Marie, go with me for just one moment. Them hugging, sitting together, I don't care. I think the public is reacting because very upsetting testimony is unfolding in court. All I care about, as you know, because we've discussed it off air, is what does it prove? That's how I look at the world. The video and the still prove nothing about what happened to those 3 children. I'd like to address what could matter in this case, and that is an overwhelming perception that somehow Patrick Clancy was in on the murders or did the murders. I don't see it. Let's see the shots of him in the pharmacy, please, control room, because, as a matter of fact, I had to go to the doctor early this morning. One of the physician's assistants came up to me and just said, Lindsay Clancy. I'm like, let me just stop you right there. The husband didn't do it. Okay. Because pings, video, the pings on his phone, the video here and other places, his GPS, in his car, the pickup time of the dinner his wife wanted, it all places him outside the home at the time the children were murdered. And I'm going to circle back to Dr. Kendall Krause to determine how long can we tell the children had been murdered. It's scientifically proven what time he was away from the home. And the medical examiner can state what time the children were killed. He pulls up, he sees his wife, and he immediately calls 911, seeing her before he sees the children. So, Marie, my question to you is, how do these conspiracy theories seep into the minds of others, and could it get into the minds of the jurors? I mean, I could see one back there going, oh, yeah, I totally think the husband did it. He didn't.
I think this is the most ridiculous conspiracy theory, and I don't think that it's going to seep into the minds of the jurors, because who does that? Who believes something like that when all of the evidence, like you said, Nancy, shows that he was away from the scene of this heinous tragedy?
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Tracy Brown is joining us out of Boulder, body language expert, behavior analyst, trained alongside law enforcement and special forces. She's author of multiple books, most notably How to Detect Lies, Fraud, and Identity Theft. And you can find her at bodylanguagetrainer.com. Tracy, thank you for being with us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Tracy, tonight I'd like you to look at certain moments in court, captured in court, because we're talking about what is seeping into the minds of the jurors. Well, they're certainly trained on Lindsay Clancy. Let's take a look. Okay, here we go, Tracy. Here is surveillance video of Clancy at a museum with her children 2 weeks before the murder.
We see a lot from Patrick here that's really interesting, and I think he is. I think he's really disengaged. I think he's really bored. You see him kicking his legs around, and right here, you see him put his hands over the top of his head right there. That's actually called the prisoner move. So he wants out of there, and he knows he is stuck. So this isn't the most engaged moment as a dad that you can have. Now, here's the thing. It doesn't look very exciting anyway. Like, I think a lot of us would be disengaged here, but he's been showing these signs. There he is checking his phone. Like, he is not in.
Okay, now see, I see it completely differently. I've seen so many absentee dads, deadbeat dads, killer dads. List goes on. Let me see that video again. Okay, here he is. He's there. Okay, there he does. He looks detached. She's got all the children. He's just standing there like an impartial observer. Okay, now he's got one of the children with him. He tousles his hair. That's a loving sign to me. And okay, there he is looking at his phone. But I mean, everyone is guilty of that. I think that's a nonverbal sign right there with his hands locked behind his head. But I don't know what it means. He can't really engage with Callum because Callum is attached to the mom. So I just see it as a dad who maybe would like to be somewhere else. I don't know how long he has been there, but he's still sticking with the family. He's not out front smoking a cigarette across the street. You see what I mean, Tracy?
That is true. He showed up in body, but he wants out of there as quick as he can. And that's that head, the head, hands over the head. That's a prisoner. That means you're feeling trapped.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm thinking back to moments I have used that same gesticulation. That makes sense. Okay, let's see our next video of Lindsay Clancy reacting to her husband. What do you see here, Tracy?
Well, this is the first time she's seen him in court, presumably in a long time. And she is under deep stress. Now, she's really hard to read because she's paralyzed from the waist down. And that restricts, I mean, it eliminates a lot of movements that we would normally see. Now, here's what's interesting to me is that she licks her lips 4 times before he even says a word. It could be lip grooming, so she's trying to look better. It could be that she's really stressed, or it could be that she's really angry. Okay, so you have all of those, and it could be a combo of all of those right there. Now, she does something else with her eyebrows. Now, the forehead is the billboard, the eyebrows are the writing. And so we want to look for small little movements in that writing to understand what emotions are really going on. And we start to see the medial, that's above your nose, the middle part of her eyebrows go up. Okay, so that says there's sadness there. But then they start to rise just a little bit. And so there can be some fear and anxiety going on there too. So she has a lot of emotions going on all at once, even though she's really still. And like I said, she's one of the hardest people to read that I've ever had to do just because of the paralyzation.
Let's see the video again. You know, to you, Dr. Geraldine Utter, Utter is a clinical psychologist. Oh, by the way, this is from our friend, Nate Eaton over at East Idaho News in the courtroom every single day. To me, she looks upset. She looks hurt. Maybe she's thinking about what they had that she completely destroyed with the 3 murders. Maybe she still loves him. He testified for the state, as I recall. Maybe she sees it as some sort of a betrayal. She just looks very hurt and anxious, like she doesn't know what's about to happen. To Geraldine Utter, Dr. Geraldine Utter, you know, when you see your ex possibly for the first time in a long time, there are floods of emotion, much less when you've killed his 3 children.
I mean, I agree with you, Nancy. And Tracy, she definitely looks like she is emotional, but when it comes to reading the small gesticulations in her face, I think one thing that we want to remember is that she's on a variety of different psychiatric medications that can cause something called tardive dyskinesia. And that is exactly kind of what she could be demonstrating, which is the lip movements. You have like involuntary lip movements, brow movements. So to Tracy's point, she's saying she's hard to read. And, you know, we want to measure that as a confounding factor, that the facial movements, you know, the lips moving, that could be a side effect or an adverse event of medication. But she does look very sad and upset. The thing that I noticed as well is she seems to be looking straight ahead. I don't know if she's looking exactly at him, but she can also be depersonalizing and, you know, kind of dissociating, checking out in that moment, maybe not staring directly at him, but around him to try to manage some of her emotions, even though she's clearly emoting a little bit on the screen there, as we can see.
based on her reaction to him in court, I would like to point out to Dr. Geraldine Utter, when that happened, the online response was overwhelming that somehow he was involved. Again, she admits she killed her children. She has pled not guilty, NGBRI, not guilty by reason of insanity, which means I did it, but I was insane. So let's be clear. She has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. She admits she did it. Nobody's claiming Patrick Clancy did this. But something about this video, something about her reaction in court has engendered a lot of sympathy, a lot of empathy, and a lot of blaming Patrick Clancy. Why? You know what? Let me go to Shannon Hill on that, star of Shannon Hill News. What is this just groundswell of hatred toward the husband and empathy toward her?
I think it really started off with the surveillance footage found in CVS that night, as well as the 3V restaurant. The online sleuths are claiming that Patrick Clancy changed his clothes between the time he went to CVS and the time he went to 3V restaurant. And this is where all of the rumors began. But if you look very closely at the footage from 3V and CVS, the 3V footage is a little clearer and more concise, whereas the CVS footage is a little more grainier. So you're seeing something that might look a little different in the next surveillance footage because they're completely different qualities, different lighting, different side profile.
You're on cross-examination. Who is our next sponsor? Well, and thank you from our cat, Cinnamon. Shannon Hill, star of Shannon Hill News, I want to explore what you just said. Because if the jury has both of these videos back in the jury deliberation room, they could very well come up with the same argument you're talking about. I have sent exhibits back to juries before, and they come up with the craziest notions about here's a great example. When I would do fingerprint comparisons, I would always make individual postcards of the laminated, shiny type, like a shiny postcard you would get, about that big. And I would have the known print, in other words, your fingerprint, Shannon Hill, enlarged, black and white. And then I would have the latent, Latent print on the other side, the print that was taken from the scene or wherever, off the body, from the scene, right beside each other. And I would have the points of comparison circled in red. Not so small of a circle that it obscured the actual comparison for you to look at it, but here are the 12 similarities. I had one jury go back there and they had to convince one juror that the two prints were not different. Because that juror saw some line differently than everybody else did and was convinced there was a frame up. So you never know what jurors are going to do with exhibits that you send back to them. All right. So I'm glad, again, Shannon, you brought that up. Let's look at the video of Patrick Clancy coming into the restaurant, 3V. And you're right, Shannon. You're looking through glass. Now you see him. It looks like he's wearing a zip-up pea coat, jeans, brown shoes. Let's see if I can determine anything else. Not yet. Oh, coming in. Okay. It looks like, well, no, that's a zipper from his pea coat. Okay. Let's look. Oh, yep. There I see the shirt. Thank you for doing that, control room. I saw a little bit of the top of the shirt. Let's see that one more time. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. And there's the shirt. Okay. I've even had people claiming he's flirting with the lady who brings the bag. I mean, people, stop. Let's see the pharmacy video. Okay. Yep. Same thing. He's wearing the same thing. His coat is zipped up. To Dave Mack, if you know, what are the timestamps on the CVS and the restaurant video? How far apart are they from? Same brown shoes, 1.5 miles. That is helpful. Thank you. Hold on, Dave. I've got it. He leaves the Clancy home 5:15, CVS 5:32, 3V restaurant 5:45. So that's 13 minutes later. So what? Somebody wants to argue between 5:32 and 5:45. He left CVS, went home, murdered 3 children, left, and came back to 3V at 5:45. And then he's home at 6:09. No, that did not happen. So, okay. Shannon Hill, do you think we put the change of clothes issue to sleep? Or is it going to have a nightmare and start walking amongst us? What?
I think that the change of clothes never happened. I think like we said earlier, I think it's different angles, different quality of surveillance footage. I think on one angle, it looks like he's wearing sneakers at the 3V restaurant. But then from another angle at CVS, it almost looks like boots. But again, the quality is a little grayer. In that footage from 3V restaurant, it looks like he's wearing a full zip coat. But in that second footage from CVS, it looks like it's only a partial zip. But again, this is quality versus actual what we're seeing in real life. And
I think the partial zip, could that possibly be his shirt underneath? Okay, they're the same clothes as far as I can see. I'm hearing Marie Pereira wants in. Okay, Marie, jump in.
I'm really upset that we're paying so much attention to this video because all I can think is while he was picking up this food and going to CVS, his psychotic wife, who had a break with reality, was killing those kids. That's all I see from the video. If I blame him for anything, I think she said enough to him about what she was feeling. I feel suicidal. I feel like hurting the kids, that he should never have left her alone with those kids. So that's all I see. That woman was experiencing acute psychosis. It was an emergency. That's what acute is. It happened suddenly. She had a break with reality and she did hear a voice, a male voice, whatever voice telling her, kill yourself and kill the kids. She had no control of it. So therefore there was no intent. No intent because she couldn't control reality. She had a break from it. She told everybody, Nancy, what she's feeling. I wouldn't have enough time to go through all of the witnesses who said, yes, she said this. I want to hurt the kids. She checked herself into every facility she could. Why are we even here? She's not guilty by reason of insanity. She could not be criminally responsible for this because of acute psychosis. She's like the poster child for it. My God.
Marie, I'm going to take a position on this, and here we go. This is the law, whether you or I like it or not. This is the law. The law is one may immediately regret the deed, but that does not negate intent at the time of the incident. The law also is intent can be formed in the twinkling of a moment, the blink of an eye, the time it takes you to pull a trigger, much less manually strangle 3 children with exercise bands. That is time to form intent.
Psychosis can occur.
Many argue that she got her husband out of the home intentionally so she could then kill the children, much as Andrea Yates did. This is what I see happening in this case. Whether the state proves intent or not, I think we're going to have jury nullification because of everything you just said. I think people are going to feel horribly sorry for Lindsay Clancy. They're going to put themselves in her shoes. They're going to see her paralyzed, and they're going to acquit her. Is that going to happen? I don't know. But your argument is overwhelmingly compelling. In fact, people have gotten so distressed about the Lindsay Clancy case, they are reenacting her from her window. Look at this.
TikTokers are posting reenactment videos of them hanging out the window to prove that Lindsay Clancy is innocent. This weekend, I've seen 2 different women hanging out of their own windows. The first woman was hanging out of her 2-story window after putting blue dish soap on her wrist to show where the stain should have been if Lindsay opened it.
Bridget airs on X. I mean, you can see how vested people are in the outcome of this case. To Tracy Brown, take a look at Lindsay Clancy grabbing her lawyer's hands in court. Now, this is during the testimony where the children's pajamas were shown. She is looking away, clutching her lawyer's hands. What does that mean? What does that mean, Tracy?
Well, she is looking for support here. She grabbed his hand just a moment before this. His back was to her, and he was looking at is awful, like little pants and little robes and things that the kids owned. Now, she probably grabbed his hand. She cannot look at the evidence. Okay, so she's looking down. Her hair is in the way. That is purposeful. It may be unconscious, but it's purposefully keeping her from even being able to glance over there. And through this trial, he has been working to humanize her, and so I think it's interesting that that the camera went right over to her, and in this moment, all of a sudden, she's grabbed his hand. So she's also crying in this moment.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1 when breaking crime news top of the nation's biggest trials with us, including gavel to gavel
Clancy in Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Stream it first on Fox 1. I hope to see you there, and thank you, friend. In this next video, we see Patrick Clancy in court. Take a look at Clancy in court. He was a state's witness, but according to many observers, he helped the defense. What are we seeing here in a nutshell, Tracy Brown?
We are seeing a guy who is not confident in his answers, and he's itching, he's scratching. His baseline, what's important here is that his baseline is completely different than when he's answering other questions. And this is at the penitive time of, hey, what did Lindsay say? Where are the kids? These things. Now, here's what's seeping into the juror's mind, is that these little movements add up to one thing, and that is lack of confidence, okay? As opposed to the first responders who testified, and we have that video as well, and they are not moving. They are very resolute in their answers. And so that's what's going on in the mind of the public. That's what's going on in the mind of the jurors.
Dave Mack, again, let me confirm. Didn't Lindsay Clancy say she heard a male voice telling her to kill?
Yes, that is exactly what she is now, or they have claimed in court, is that she heard a male voice tell her to kill children and then herself.
Not the first time. Randy Santos, who rampaged Chinatown, killing 4 sleeping people. Irina Zarutska, the beautiful Ukrainian who sought a better life in our country, is murdered. The perp claiming he was told by a male voice to commit murder. In the Haskell family killings, Ronald Lee Haskell killed a whole family. He heard a male voice named Joseph. His voice even had a name. Cheryl Lynn Massett killed her 6-week-old son after hearing a male voice. Kipland Philip Kinkle, at age 15, he perpetrated the Thurston High School shooting, Springfield, shot and killed his parents inside their home, claiming he heard a male voice telling him to kill. Even the son of Sam, David Berkowitz, claimed to hear male demons. He later recanted that. Why is it always a man, Dr. Geraldine Utter? Why is it always a male voice telling you to kill?
What's interesting is a lot of people may perceive male or the male gender as something that's more authoritative. So in Lindsay's case, if we speak specifically about Lindsay, the fact that she heard a male voice may directly correlate to authority.
Look at the stats. Authority, my rear end, evil. Look at crime statistics. How many women do you see doing school shootings, rampages through malls? Practically zero. A male voice is more threatening. When you're jogging at 9 o'clock at night and some little petite 5 foot, 100-pound lady comes up behind you, do you run and hide? No. When you see a giant guy lumbering up behind you, you might turn around and go the other way. Why? Threatening. It's more threatening. It's scary.
I mean, that could absolutely be the case. But the other thing, too, that I just wanted to mention, Nancy, is we're talking about command hallucinations. So that means that this voice male is telling her that she has to hurt her children, which is directly correlated to a psychotic episode, which should not be confused with just postpartum depression. So she had postpartum depression with a psychotic episode and a command hallucination telling her to hurt her children. And just one thing I just wanted to add, Nancy, we're talking about Patrick Clancy and we're talking about all these conspiracy theories. To kind of tie it all together from a psychological perspective, I think one thing that's important for the public to understand is there's been a lot of evidence and talk about him not being the best husband, being a negligent husband, not helping her when she's in mental health crisis, not helping her in a time of need. And I think there's confusion about somebody who maybe was not a great husband and was a terrible husband and didn't help his wife versus a murderer. And I think those lines are being blurred, and it feels much better psychologically to believe that, he did this compared to Lindsay, who was, a labor and delivery nurse. She's a beautiful young woman. She was a really good mom, and now she's in a wheelchair. So that whole package together helps to feed all of the conspiracy out there about Patrick.
For all joining us tonight, the hotline, simply dial or even text the numbers 988. Repeat, 988. Tonight, we remember an American hero, Lieutenant Michael Wood, Newberry PD, South Carolina, killed in the line of duty after 20 years on the force, leaving behind a wife-turned-widow, Jennifer, and 2 sons, Brandon and Alexander. American hero, Lieutenant Michael Wood. Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us tonight.
All right, y'all. That is what Maggie and I were talking about. What says you? I see there was people that came in that we have not seen those names before. That was pretty interesting. That you came down and you chatted and gave your opinion. I appreciate that. I really, really do. There is a mixed emotion about it. There is, Maggie and I will agree 100% that there is a mixed emotion as to, um, if you believe that she did it, she killed her children, because she was in a psychotic state, whether it's due to mental health, postpartum, too much medication, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Or that she killed her children for some, for malice intent. Okay. No matter what you want to look at it, whether she's pissed off at Patrick, whether she thinks, I don't know, he's having an affair. None of us know that. All of that, all of their marriage, all of that crap. If we're going to be fair, that has to be thrown out the window. Now, I'm sitting over here judging too, y'all. Don't think I'm not. I'm not better than anybody. I'm side-eyeing, I'm judging. I'm right out there being vocal about that. I think everybody in Lindsay's life. Now, I agree she killed her children. She killed her children. But she's not on trial for killing her children. That has already been admitted to. She is on trial to find out to be proven whether this was any kind of malice intent or whether she was in a psychotic state. That's what she's on trial for. Nobody here or nobody on this panel right now is saying that we believe on this panel that Patrick actually killed his own kids, and staged this event and blamed Lindsay. Now, are we saying it's not possible? Hell yeah, it's possible. Have they proven any different? No. So we have to still leave it on the table. That's where the prosecution fucked up, because they have left reasonable doubt on the table. Now, we do know that court is not going yet. You guys are not back from lunch yet, but we do know that the state rested already. So the prosecution is getting in there, whatever you want to call this, the last witness or whatever. And then I guess we'll get jury instructions and we will go to jury watch after that. We'll go to verdict watch, which I'm kind of thinking it's already so late in the day. I'm kind of thinking that they're probably going to wait and do closing arguments on Monday, and then they will hand it over to the jury, and deliberating will begin from there. Could be wrong. I don't know, because I don't know how many more witnesses that the prosecution is going to bring up. All I'm asking anybody to do, no matter what you believe happened, it's not what we believe happened. It's not what we think in our heart. It's not what we think in our brain. It is what testimony has been brought forward. Have the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty of malice murder? That's what we are supposed to judge this on, not what we think. You know what I mean? And that's hard to do. I would not be a great juror, because everything the judge said, just, don't listen to that. Throw that testimony out. You guys, you weren't even supposed to hear that. Like, that should have no consequences on whatever your vote is at the end of the day. Too late. It's already been said. It's not like you can erase your brain. Okay. And he's aware of that, but that's just the law. We're not supposed to go by what we feel in our heart or our head. We're supposed to go by what is presented in court. As far as I'm concerned in this matter, if I was on this jury right now and I was given jury instructions and I was to vote guilty or not guilty, I'm saying she's not guilty, because I've got so much reasonable doubt, it'll make your head spin, just like everybody else that is invested in this case. Maggie, are you there? Maggie might be off.
I'm here. Sorry, I knocked the wrong button. Now I'm just talking to Emma. Emma's saying she wasn't in a state of psychosis. I said, well, how do you know that? But she hasn't answered that yet. And then, oh yeah, she said, she plans her husband to be gone, blah, blah, blah. Then she said she was barely taking any medication. So I said, she was barely taking any meds? Seriously? Have you watching the same trial as me? She was just given meds by the school. They were all fighting inside her.
Emma, I don't know if this is the same one. Emmanuel Boxing Crew says, I'm actually a mother of 5, last custody one of my children. I was going through severe postpartum depression and I wasn't not safe to be around the children. I got help, watched the trial. All the evidence shows it. Well, Lindsay also was looking for it. Believe me, we've been watching the trial. Believe me, we've been watching it. But the problem is that that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, excuse me. You got help. Emma, she didn't. She didn't get help. She cried for help over and over again. Nobody helped her. She was turned away from the suicide line, whatever it is. She was turned away because she didn't have a plan. She told her husband, she told her mum, she told her mother-in-law, she told her sisters, and not one of them took her to be institutionalised. Not one got her away from the children. Not one of them. So she did. She told everyone, good for you that you got help. Thank God, because this could have been you we were talking about now. That girl cried and cried for help. Okay, Lee, sorry.
It's okay. I'm just going to read out what she says. I understand everyone is different. She could have gotten help, but she refused.
No.
Well, that's not true. If you were watching the testimony, take out everything out of your heart and all of that. If you're watching the testimony is that she was looking everywhere for help. everywhere for help. And people that should have helped her did not help her. Maggie's right. She called the suicide hotline twice, and she did not meet the criteria for them to send out an ambulance to help her because she didn't have a plan of killing. Well, the plan to me is just picking up the phone and dialing the suicide hotline. She was also refused by the ER. When she drove herself to the ER, she was asked, do you have a plan? She told them she was suicidal. And, well, do you have a plan on how you're going to commit suicide? No, but I feel suicidal. Okay, you do not meet the criteria. Yes, did she not take all of the pills as prescribed? There was 8 pills missing out of one bottle, a couple of pills missing out of that bottle, this bottle, that bottle. That even proves more that she would have been in a psychotic state. You can use that both ways, that she was still in a psychotic state because she wasn't taking the pills as prescribed, or she was in a psychotic state because there was a mixture of pills in her system.
Yeah.
You have to really think with your head and really use your head and listen. And that's what I'm telling you right now. That right there is reasonable doubt. And because of that reasonable doubt right there, that you could use that one example that you gave us about the medications, that is reasonable doubt. And because of that, you have to say not guilty.
Not guilty.
If you are going to do this the right way and have and have some kind of moral integrity for your civil service that you're asked to do. That's just the case. Sorry. It's the case. Hi, Lydia. Hi, everybody. Listen, I'm not bashing anybody. Maggie's not bashing anybody.
No.
It's so good to have a healthy debate. Emma, you are welcome here. We are thankful that you came in and shared your story with us. And your view. You don't have to agree with us at all. It's just
No, it's
how do we present it to each other? That's it. How do we present it? Are we being adult in this, and are we having a discussion or a good debate or what we think? That is
Emma, we
perfectly
know she's
fine
a
here.
killer.
She
We know
is
she's a killer. She's a
That's right.
murderer.
Yes,
She
she
murdered
is.
her children, and she's admitted to it. This isn't what the trial's about, love.
No. Mm-mm.
Honestly, that's not what the trial's about. So we've all got a point. We've all got our own opinions, and everyone's entitled to an opinion. You don't have to be nasty over it and keep saying she's a serial killer. Have a talk about it and say where you've got all this evidence from, because it's totally different than what I've been watching. But you know, it's good to have a debate anyway, Emma. Thanks for coming in.
Lisa says she is an admitted killer, Emma. We are aware of that. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. It's good to have discussions like this because sometimes you're not able to learn unless you have a discussion with somebody who has a totally different view. And listen, we're open to that. Chat could tell you right now, Maggie and I have swung from this side of the fence to that side of the fence. We're just sitting on the fence. But when we understood what the term means beyond a reasonable doubt, it doesn't matter what I feel like in my heart. It doesn't matter my own experiences with this. What I have heard in the courtroom is what I'm supposed to base my decision on, and it is what the jury is supposed to base their decision on. And as far as I'm concerned, the prosecution did not bring it. They did not leave room for they didn't close up anything. We still all have many questions that make us think that she was possibly very psychotic. Now,
can I just say, you're right. She tried to actually get inpatient help instead of trying to do all on her own. At first, she was trying to do on her own. She was coping. She was coping, but it was just spiraling. For the 3 months, she was coping with it. She was able to do it, but then it got harder and harder. She was spiraling out of control. That was the difference, Emma. She didn't refuse help. She cried for help at first. She didn't think anyone could look after their kids like she did. We know that. She tried to do it all on her own and it wasn't happening until it was too late. When she asked for help and didn't get it.
Maggie says, I believe that she was offered several times of help. She was very selective about when and how she would take those prescription medicines, being more concerned about the addiction side effects.
She was worried about addiction as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. But that also comes with mental health. Like,
Getting
we've all
paranoid
got
about what they're taking.
we've all got a story to tell. Look, I've got a husband that refuses to take any kind of medication, even a Tylenol, unless he just
Me too.
absolutely has to, okay? And then there's
Yeah.
me, goes to the doctor's office, and he's like, "Look, Lainey, I need to put you on this. It's very important you take this. Understand why you're taking this.
She
It's
puts her hands
important."
out like she's receiving Holy Communion.
And y'all, I'm so scared to take another medication because I know the side effects, because believe me and Dr. Google,
Terrified.
right? So he's like, "Go sit in my lobby, take this medication." And I'm not talking about a lobby like a hospital. He literally works out of a small house that his dad bought years ago. And he's turned into his doctor's private office. That's what he does. So basically, his waiting room is like what would have been the little living room. It's got like 4 or 5 seats and it's very tiny. And he's like, "Go out there and wait in the waiting room. Wait 30 minutes." He said, "If you feel fine," he said, "I want you to go home. You're gonna be fine." He said, "If
Yeah.
not, I know CPR. I will come out there. You let us know if you feel anything, any kind of side effects from this that you don't understand or you're having trouble breathing, you come right up and let us know." He said, "I'll come out. I know how to do CPR, and ambulance will be called right away." And that is how he gets me.
She is
That
the
is
worst. She's the worst to get tablets in her. I've known her for
Yes.
2.5 years, and I
Well
go, "Lainey," she goes, "Shut up, Mag," and she's terrible when she's
Yes, I'm
supposed to take medication, which makes herself ill as well. She
yes,
hasn't
and
been taking a thyroid one. Welcome,
I'm
Susan and Laurie. Thank you for coming in.
So, but by doing that just for, I don't know, we did that for about a year. Then I would sit out there for 15 minutes. Did that for about a month. And then he's like, "You're fine. You really are fine." And so then he told me, he said, "Okay, what I want you to do is make sure that your husband's home. When you take your medicine, let him know, hey, this is what I'm taking. I'm a little nervous. So if anything happens to me, please call the ambulance and let them know this is what I took." And that helped me too. So now I am to the point, if he prescribes me medication, I don't have to sit in his office anymore. I'm able to come home. I tell Beefcake every time, if he's not home or if he's out of town, my doctor knows that I am just gonna wait to take that medication until my husband is back in town. I tell him every time, "Babe, taking the medicine right now. If I die in 30 minutes, you know what for. Or if I'm having trouble, please call." And he doesn't make fun of me, nothing. He's just like, "All right, I got you. I got you." And then about 30 minutes later, I come back out and I'm like, "I'm okay. Everything's good." And he's like, "Good." And then we just go on like nothing else happened. So different ones, people are different. Just because you face one thing or your family faces another thing, it doesn't mean it's the same for all of us. So yes, I can understand the fear of, of medication. I totally get that. Now, do I understand um, why she had to look up the route to CVS and to 3V? No, I can't explain that at all. Was that premeditation? Possibly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I can give you arguments, and not argumentative, but arguments that say, yes, premeditation, 100%. And then I can take those same arguments and swing it to the other side and give you the same argument, but have it with just a few words and a few different thoughts, have that same argument turn into that it was psychosis. And when you've got that going on, that is called reasonable doubt. And by law, you have to say not guilty. Maggie, I'll let you go ahead and speak.
I'm all right. I'm just wrapped up in all kinds of wool. I've got it all everywhere with my nerves all going.
Okay, I'm just okay.
Yeah,
So
I
I
meant
see
to
some
watch that.
I see some movement in court, y'all. I do see it. Maggie, you want to pull it up? We're not.
What
We're
am I
not.
looking at? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
moving now.
it's
Is
all right.
that?
Let's
Let
get
me
back
just
to
check.
court. We're not trying to get out of anything, guys. When court starts, we
God,
shut
how
the
long
hell
was
up.
that?
That's
How long was that, Jem?
we just shut the hell up when court's going on.
Yeah, yous can chat, but we shut up.
Max, do you have the sound on, honey? Just want to make sure we're all together.
Court, all rise, please.
All rise, jury's coming in or the judge is coming in. Here we go. Lindsay's looking at him, so it must be the jury coming in now. Guys, hopefully we'll finish up this testimony and then we'll get a good weekend break and then we will come back Monday for closing arguments. But let's just see how this is going. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's continue on with the trial.
All right, come on. Thank you.
Dr. Mack, before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. They are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection is not the thoughts, it's the action.
No, overruled. You can answer.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or
Right.
ideation.
I guess the important part of trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Okay. Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant about the events of January 24th, 2023, you, in your interview with her, were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, "You should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself."
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, "Go to God."
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay. And as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection. That's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
Okay. And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
Okay. How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible, to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I, again, would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom.
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable.
Move to strike that. He's not sure about it. All right. That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents. and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified, indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself, where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this, and yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts, so it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that were required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
291.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might.
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorney, right?
Right.
Okay, so we're going to talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life, and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under 101 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her to the extent that, I'm sorry,
what did she tell you
can you say your?
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question,
let
please?
him answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question.
What did she
answer
tell you?
the question, and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college, and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd you go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse?
That's my understanding, yes.
For a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from the defendant herself.
Let's talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you're testifying?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work wasn't.
Why are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes.
And her husband was Patrick, right?
Yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Had one child, Cora, right?
I can't hear you.
The first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these 2 kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She wasn't living in Weymouth? Or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that
Maggie, I never do this that often, but can you please Ethel for just a second? Ethel.
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
Listen, I'm calling a sidebar. Ethel, just go ahead and stop it. You don't just stop the whole thing. Do not.
Wanted to go back as August and September arrived.
For those of you that don't know what Ethel means, it means just everybody be quiet just a second, because I have something to say. I sat back and watched all this chat. I was giggling my ass off. I can't even tell you guys how much I was laughing. I was wondering, you guys have a lot more patience than I do. And that's why I host the show and I don't moderate for anybody. All right, so here's the deal. I just got something to say about this witness on the stand. He's full of shit. Okay, he's full of shit, straight up shit. No, I mean, I can smell it from Massachusetts into Indiana right now where I'm at. Let me tell you guys something right now. This guy does not know what the fuck he's talking about. He needs to be off the stand. He needs to be impeached right now. I've heard so many things that he has said that nobody with a medical degree, even you don't have to have a medical degree to know that a tear in childbirth is called an episiotomy. Now, did old Red here, my favorite lawyer so far, did he correct him on that? No, he didn't. There was a couple of other things that he said, and I'm like, wait, what? Even I know that, and I've got a YouTube degree. And he's just letting him fucking hang himself, okay? An episiotomy, for the men that don't know in here, you guys, is actually where they have to cut between your vagina and your anus, okay, to help you get the baby out. And the other thing, a tear is not an episiotomy, it's just a natural tear. It's what happens when you've got this watermelon coming out of your vagina and it just absolutely tears you. And sometimes it's possible to have an episiotomy and a tear at the same time. Okay. I'm going to step off my soapbox. That just pissed me off. That was the end of his lies. And you guys, he's not even lying. This dude is not even lying. I'm embarrassed for these women that brought this dude to end I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that these two right here are prosecuting this case. I'm embarrassed. They're women. And I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. So I'm just going to stop right there. I'm going to go have a cigarette. I'm probably going to take a half of a Xanax, and everything's going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. We're all going to be fine. Okay, Maggie, continue on. I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
She was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too.
We probably haven't missed anything exciting. Do you want me to move it forward so we're on track? Let me know if you want me to move it
She
forward
was
or leave it
anxious
here.
about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had throughout her life.
I'm going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir.
All right, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
no. What is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
So through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself or perhaps her mother caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime? Fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes.
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years, but we assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past, exercise was her...
Yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I asked you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
the question. Called for yes or no answer. All right? And so, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
do you recall that from the DA?
The term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the
right.
DA.
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So, like what? February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out from the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for motion to be filed or something. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
We're having a break. We're having a break.
I definitely need one. Look, this dude is a fucking joke, you guys. He didn't even know how old Dawson was. He said he was 4, he's 3. I mean,
Lisa's calling to Japan.
This, man, I'm so embarrassed with prosecution. By the way, they had a hot mic going on before they decided to take a break here at the judge's station. And this guy's a joke. He's a complete joke. I could point out 50 things that he has said so far that it doesn't even take any kind of degree to know that. And on top of that, you don't know shit about women's health, dude. I'm questioning now if you know anything about mental health. Regardless. So if you notice, old Red, I say that with so much respect. He's letting him hang himself. He is letting him hang himself here because there's many things he could. Red knows, you guys, that Dawson was 3 upon his death. He knows, but what he's doing, if you're asking, what the hell does it matter about an episiotomy or a tear? What does that matter, Leanie? What the hell are you talking about? What's going on? Why are you so pissed off? Get off your high horse. Listen, what it matters is asking him all these dumbass questions, you guys, that any MD should know, and he doesn't. He's just letting him just sit there and hang himself. I say good on you, Red, because I'd have been all over him like white on rice. I mean,
a rash.
I
been all
would,
over him like a rash.
Maggie, I would sit there and just roast his ass on that stand. Listen, old Red, he is much more articulate than I am. He's got much more patience than I am. Look, I can't prove hardly anything in this case other than what time Patrick was at CBS and what time Patrick was at 3V. But the other thing I can prove is the dude that's on the stand right now is a piece of shit, and he's a forensic psychiatrist. I'm embarrassed. That's all I got to say, Maggie. I'm gonna go back and smoke some more. I think
It's
I've
all
smoked
right.
3
I'm
cigarettes.
just welcoming people in here as you're going on. Hang on. She's having a moment. She's having a moment. She's got to let her have a moment now and again, She's sitting there. I can feel the steam coming out of her ears. So she's got to let go. Otherwise, the Xanax will be going down. Do you know what I mean? So we don't want to like that. I've already seen it on a cannabis, what is it called? What is it called? Them vapes, that's it. Oh God, she lost her mind. She lost her mind. That's another thing, Shauna, you'll have to watch. Anyway, thank you to all the newcomers in the chat. It's really good to see you. Nice, healthy debate. We've had a couple coming in with attitudes. We've been nice to them, never been hostile, and they carry on and on and on. And in the end, you have to say goodbye, don't you? Because they're ruining the chat, and that's not fair to everyone that's been here for hours, all being nice with each other. We're all, don't agree, but it's a healthy don't agree. You can agree to disagree. Yeah, we all have our moments, Wild Angel. Of course we do. Of course we do. So, I'll play this now. She's had a moment. Hang on. Why has she stopped that? No, hold on. Oh no, we're all right. I didn't even realise that's gone on to a break. I thought Leonie had stopped it. Oh, I didn't know what I'm doing. This is what happens. Yeah, the cannabis coaster. Oh, lunchy. I think they've left. No, they haven't left. Welcome, Sane. Good name. It's not not appropriate in either because not one of us is sane. We've all lost our minds. I'm old school, says Wild Angel. Don't mess with the vape shit. More chemicals, don't need just good old cannabis. I agree. I don't like them vapes. I mean, I don't smoke, but I don't like them vapes. I'd be terrified of them. They're going to cause more shit. They're stuck in people's mouths all the time. It's worse than the ciggies, in my opinion.
Thank you, Judge. So,
Give them it to Loris.
your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court that a person like Lindsay is raising the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in Massachusetts in that regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Park, he's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
no, overrule.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yes. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion. So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what their letterhead basically says.
Right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay. Do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
you have a
background.
robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Deep Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the expectation.
The answer yes? You try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Habron?
I am referring to Dr. Halpern. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halpern, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation?
Yes.
What did you do? Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Both
I think
of you together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Halbrun, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No.
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
No, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
It says 2005 to the present, but not anymore?
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to not be renewed.
Maryland?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York?
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts?
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina?
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut?
Same.
Virginia?
Same.
So what does that mean, that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions?
Yes.
Pediatric Quality and Safety?
Yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics?
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
Yes.
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
Yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but...
Number 8 on...
No, but what does it say in its entirety?
Ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look at it.
The Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay. The focus, nevertheless, is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about patient safety and quality, yes.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, devil's lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drug school in the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes. I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, and psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publication, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus erythematosus age and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, Psychiatric Clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did?
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line-associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but...
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
You'd have to remind me. There was a period when I was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
that's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1 in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
Well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right? Book?
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, MAC AH, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah, that was a chapter, not a book. But yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
how long ago was that?
How long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
So yeah, I'm starting. When?
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right. And so since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's a generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
Okay,
I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so, yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I would agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching that is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilized the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah. Was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be happy to.
I don't want to show you anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer, she was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on a second, Doctor. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead. You want him to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So Over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example...
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medications.
There are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
You know, she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
lifelong.
Yes.
Okay. How about grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications...
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, go ahead. Doctor, finish the question.
But when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022...
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only your description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic...
College.
Yes, I think that her description was as an adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Read the whole report. I don't care. Because it's not there.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
All right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess. All right. Let's look at Dr. Mack's report. Okay. Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take the medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
Overall. Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about if she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove you're wrong, I know.
What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe, that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD.
What does that stand for?
The International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, or you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States...
No. I'm asking about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM, though, right? 5 TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was in 1968, DSM-3 was in 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So, since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it. But in the current time...
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
Well, I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it.
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes...
Right, it's a paragraph.
Issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not sure I understand your question.
How you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I can just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section? Yeah. The DSM. Okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Right? Did I read that right? Oh my God. That's all right. Yeah. Okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1, read along, or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right? Yeah. That they, meaning women apparently, have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
Sorry.
Wait, because
It does say that.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes, it does.
So what does that tell you in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy? What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff. That's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier. Yeah.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know. I can tell you that the proponents of postpartum psychosis, the illness, utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's International Classification.
If I tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year.
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well, the distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM...
All right. Mr. Reddington, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
Yes.
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
Yes.
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
Yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay.
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
Yes.
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
It may be. As I was...
Because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong?
Well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features in a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's postpartum psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying real hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, Doctor. Go ahead.
I don't have anything more, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about? These are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders. Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd like to
and that would be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it. Okay. And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
Okay.
So right here on page 173, read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, it actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. It's many paragraphs. Do you want me to read all of them?
No, that's all right. Just summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course. And the course, by course I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Stick with the section that you just pointed out. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder. right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
Oh, no, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And if I could connect it all, the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in Biological Psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar disorder.
Can I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
The proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one paragraph. It goes on to all the next.
All right, Counsel, let me see Counsel at sidebar here. Just you've got scheduling.
I'll leave it to you, Lee, in case you need to get anything off your chest. I've been on the phone, I was fuming, I was saying, okay, ta-da, ta-da. Oh, you look tired. Go on, ta-da. Aren't you 2 hours ahead? Okay, ta-da, ta-da. And you wouldn't get what I was fuming.
Well, it sounded like you needed to get something off your chest. Listen, I don't understand. I don't understand. Look, I know in my view of this, old Red, he's just giving him so much rope, it's disgusting. But at some point, you have to concede to it. You know, you have to just be like, just like I did with old Jeff before y'all got rid of him. He was getting on my fucking
I
nerves.
thought
But
she was playing. I was convinced she was playing. Then I read up and seen them, and I thought,
no,
oh, God,
and I try to let so many things go and stuff like that. But you know, after a while, it just gets disrespectful. You know, I could sit here and just keep typing in chat and try to get everybody to believe what I believe. That's not what it's about. So it's about having discussions. And he wasn't asking anybody, how do you feel about this? Or this is what I think, you guys. Obviously, he's not watching the trial. He's a troll. He just wanted to piss me off. And he did. Congratulations. But I appreciate the big thumbs up for the view for that long. We appreciate it. Anyways, thank you guys. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here. This to me has been the longest day, and I cannot believe they put this man on the stand at the end. I mean, when the defense rested, I was like, woohoo, let's go, y'all. I could see light at the, I heard angels singing for real. And then they had to bring this dude up who's been on the stand. I can't prove it, but I feel in my soul, in my heart, that he has been on the stand for the longest time ever in the whole freaking case. I mean, I almost feel like he's been on the stand longer than we've ever been at break. And that's saying a lot.
That's saying a lot. It really is, yeah.
Oh man, you guys, is anybody feeling like it's enough? Even
well, I'm taking names for breakfast in the morning.
I'm gonna need
I've
my
already got
an
egg and bacon and cheese biscuit in the morning with scrambled eggs, please. Okay,
yes.
love. Tell me how you like your bacon crispy.
No, I can't chew, Max. So, if it's
No,
somebody
you've not
else,
scrambled
okay.
egg.
I can
You
have a
can have
scrambled
scrambled.
egg. Yes, thank you. Although I don't eat breakfast, so don't worry about me, honey.
Well,
I'll
neither
eat
do
it.
I, but I'm having it.
Oh, that's nice. We'll be up until then anyway, so it
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
that's
We're
what I
stuck
mean.
here.
What I mean. Bring your jammers.
Listen, as much as I love Reddington, it's time to just close it out. You're not going to get anywhere with this person. Hello,
9
Rapper.
o'clock
Good to
here.
see you.
I need to get a shower. That's on today. I rushed to get on here.
My mother-in-law's been here for 2 hours. I have barely spoken any
Has
words
she?
to her. Yeah, I've just been sitting here fuming over all of this that is
Put you off, didn't
happening.
it? There you go.
And I just, look, it's time to just let this witness off the stand. He knows what he knows, and
It's
he
all right,
doesn't know
Lee.
what he knows.
You
And
should put
that's
all
it.
your hands. I bet you any money. The judge comes back and says, right,
Lindsay,
guys, we're going
jury,
to wrap this up. It's not going to be a longer
Hold
day.
on.
we're
Let's
going to break
see.
at this point.
Here we go.
All right.
Told ya.
So, you know what I'm going to tell you.
Told
All
ya.
right. You've now heard more
Hello to
evidence.
Shite.
You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've got more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right? Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress,
happy
as I
anniversary,
always
Sue.
do, don't talk about this
Happy
case.
anniversary.
Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just really guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out.
Yeah, okay,
and we'll
George. You
continue
can come in
with
at
the
8:30.
evidence. All right.
Yeah.
And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule. All right.
Yeah.
So
Listen, we
I
would
don't
rather
wanna
be done with the schedule.
get ahead of myself, but in case you're wondering, we
He's
are
not going to be there at 9
definitely well
o'clock,
on
Lee. Don't
schedule.
be rushing to get in
No,
for
he's
9 o'clock.
not.
Your work on
I'm
this.
not.
So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining. You can get outside a little bit. So again, thank you for all your time
Lindsay
and
looks
dedication
bright-eyed.
on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay.
Good night,
All
everyone.
right.
It's Jodie. Good night, Lindsay. Good night, Red. See you Monday. Lindsay's like, oh, I can't get over this. Look,
Oh,
she's
Lin-
knackered. She's shattered. She's spaced out. She's going to go back and go to sleep now.
I thought
She's
she
done
looked
it.
bright-eyed to begin with, and then her
She
eyes got
probably
tired.
was. Hang on, we all. Yeah, 9 for him is 10 o'clock. Yeah, we had an hour on. We know what he's like. I'm going to schedule this for 15:15 in case.
Doc, you may sit down.
Oh, am I excused, sir?
You talk to
Oh, here we
the,
go. What's this then said
He's
now?
up to you guys' schedule. We did discuss that. Okay. All right. Counsel, anything else we need to address before Monday?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And so the plan would be we'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. All right.
See you 10 o'clock, George. Bye. Maybe 11 if you've had a hard weekend with your whiskey or your, what's it called, Scotch?
Scotch. I'm a
Scotch,
firm believer
yeah.
that they're all drinking Scotch. Yeah.
Okay,
Good to see everybody.
there you go. Take it off.
Bye-bye. I don't want to see that emblem again for a while. A long
God.
while.
Honest to God. That was a long one, wasn't it? Let's blame the eclipse.
Blame the eclipse, guys. That's all we got. That's all we got. Pick whichever eclipse has affected you, because I'm still affected from the one 2.5 years ago.
So what time is it for you, Lee?
Right now it is 4:02, which is it 9:02 or 10:02 p.m. your time?
It's 9:02 here.
Okay, so we're 5 hours apart. Maggie, thank you so much for staying on. I don't even know if you got to have your dinner yet or your tea yet.
No,
I hope you did.
No, I'm going now, but I want to go up and get a shower because I haven't had one today. So I need to go up, and I'm tired now. I never slept well last night, so but I'm glad because I hopefully I'll go to sleep early. But anyway, if I don't speak to you later, guys, listen, I'll see you Monday morning, okay? Because we've got to be together. We need to be together so we can cause murder. Do you know what I mean? This is how we roll. Love yous and leave yous wherever you are in the world. I'm going to see you Monday. Lee, I love you all the world, and I'll see you Monday, and I love the bones here. Bye,
Love your
Lee.
bones too. Bye. Thank you so much, Max. All
Bye,
right, you
girl.
that ends it for us. That's another day testimony. We don't need nothing long and drawn out tonight because all of us are good and tired and frustrated in one way or the other. Listen, I hope you have a restful weekend. Do something kind for yourself and somebody else, maybe. And we will see you guys back here Monday morning. Monday morning. Thanks for being here, you guys. We appreciate you so much. And listen, if you can't be good at it. And we'll see you next time. According to Lenny. See you guys later. Bye.